Chapter 697. Father of the Oak, Sylvanus. He was the only god that didn't have a clear alignment, and he was also the most extreme proponent of natural balance. Therefore, even though he stopped the disaster brought about by the Arcane Empire's destruction, many races didn't know much about his deeds. Because his past actions were too extreme, it was too easy to cause conflict between civilizations and races. Father of the Oak only cared about the entire natural world, and any race was the same to him. His followers could be from good to evil. As long as they leaned towards a neutral alignment, there wouldn't be a problem. Father of the Oak's perspective on things was different from everyone else, and most of the gods had a huge conflict with him in terms of values. For now, Father Oak's remaining influence was limited to druids, treants, and dryads. Even before he had fallen, Father Oak had great divine power, and his church's influence spread to every corner of the material plane. However, he still did not gain much recognition from the civilizations of many races, even though he had great divine power and his church's influence spread to every corner of the material plane. Because no matter if it was humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, or other races, they couldn't avoid destroying nature while developing their own civilization. The only thing that could be spread within the civilization was the relatively gentle teachings of Mother Earth and the agricultural development she represented. Therefore, even though Father of the Oak saved the world, he was gradually forgotten by the world. Perhaps to Father of the Oak, he didn't need the gratitude of the world. Maintaining the balance of a natural world was his mission, and sacrificing himself to protect nature was just to complete his own mission. To be honest, Soren's way of doing things and his worldview conflicted greatly with Father of the Oak. But this didn't affect his respect for Father of the Oak. Father of the Oak was really a great elder, and in the long years, he was the one who cleaned up the mess left behind by the battles of the gods. The material plane had experienced countless disasters, and there were a few disasters that weren't inferior to a large-scale nuclear explosion. But Father of the Oak saved them all in the end. Humans were a race that loved to seek death. From the Nesser era to the Thorium era to the Arcane Empire, and if the Psychics Empire and another special civilization were added, then the material plane would have experienced even more large-scale natural disasters. The Father of the Oak and the tree shepherds in his church had been tirelessly restoring the natural environment. As long as it didn't destroy the balance of nature, Father Oak wouldn't easily show his anger. But if he was really angry, it would be a terrifying thing, because he was one of the few ancient deities who had a part-time job as a barbarian. Father Oak rarely participated in battles, but there was no doubt that his battle prowess was at the forefront of the multiverse. He was also one of the few greater gods who had the ability to end a plane, but he probably wouldn't do that. Fog Forest. Soren looked at everything in front of him in confusion. The path that the goddess of magic showed him was one that he had never seen before. Because it was shrouded in fog all year round and the interior of the forest was like a maze, adventurers had not been able to fully explore this huge primeval forest during and after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. There were many ancient life forms here, and they relied on the natural environment of the misty forest to avoid the harassment of other races. There was a strange arch of trees in front of them. At this moment, they had gone deep into the misty forest. In this huge forest with an area of more than 10,000 square kilometers, there were many secret realms left from ancient times. People called them Nature's Gate, but in fact, they were all remnants of half-planes. This is it. The Midnight Lady stopped, stretched out her white finger, and gently tapped on the tree arch in front of her. Then the fog in front of them dispersed, and a quiet road appeared around them. The trees around them swayed slightly, as if they were alive, which made them feel a little uneasy. Many of the trees here are dead. Ildiz's expression was full of amazement. As a wizard who had not yet reached the realm of legends, everything in front of him was very strange to him. Under normal circumstances, he would never want to go deep into the misty forest. Yes. The Midnight Lady nodded gently and said slowly, "The plague has eroded here, and there are some evil forces affecting these trees. The next thing I need your help with is related to this. A clear river appeared in front of them. This should be the space between the material plane and the half-plane. It was a space gap opened by some powerful force. You can't pass through here. A clear female voice sounded in front of them, accompanied by a faint natural aura. An extremely beautiful woman in a light green dress walked out of the trees in front of them. She looked a bit like an elf because she had a pair of pointed ears, but appearance didn't mean anything. In front of them was actually a high-level dryad. Soren also saw the brilliance of divinity on her body. The dryad walked up to them with light steps, and Ildiz's expression seemed to be a little stunned. In terms of beauty, the dryad should be at the top of the material plane. He probably hadn't even seen such a beautiful dryad in the past. Kalian. It seemed that it was not the first time the Midnight Lady came here. She looked at the beautiful dryad in front of her and said slowly, "I have to enter the temple. There are some things I need inside." Kalian should be the name of the beautiful dryad in front of them. She frowned slightly. With her strength, she should not be able to see the true identity of the goddess of magic, but she could roughly see that her strength was extraordinary. It was not the first time the goddess of magic came here. Last time, she seemed to have returned empty-handed and then thought of asking for help. For a moment, even Soren was curious about what was inside the temple that made the goddess of magic so eager to get it. "I'm sorry." The dryad still refused the Midnight Lady in front of her. She shook her head and said, "The natural seal can't be opened. We need this power to stop the erosion of the forest. Please leave here." The negotiations still failed. In this regard, the goddess of magic did not seem to be surprised. Soren, who was next to her, silently put his hand on the hilt of his sword. Ildiz's expression also became serious. It seemed that if necessary, they did not mind using force to solve the problem. However, the goddess of magic stopped this. There seemed to be some power here that made her afraid. At least, she did not want to solve it by force. So, she looked at the dryad in front of her and said slowly, "If we can help you solve these problems, can you let me into the temple?" Problems? There was no doubt that she was referring to the forest that was being eroded. Soren's expression was a little surprised because he did not know how the goddess of magic was going to solve the problem. She was the goddess of magic, not the goddess of nature. At first glance, the nearby trees were special existences with life and consciousness. Even they were being eroded by some kind of power. There was no doubt that this was a very troublesome problem, and it seemed that this situation had been going on for a long time. Some of the trees had completely decayed. If there was not a power suppressing here, these trees might have been corrupted into deadwood guards. The dryad's expression seemed to be a little hesitant. She glanced at the Midnight Lady in front of her and said hesitantly, "Although you are very powerful, this problem is not something you can solve." This demiplane had existed for a long time. Such a serious erosion could not have been formed overnight. It was probably related to many factors. The balance of the elemental pool was not right. Even Soren did not think that the goddess of magic could solve this problem. Of course, the Midnight Lady nodded slightly, indicating that she did not have the ability to solve this problem. Her domain did not include nature, and saving was undoubtedly more difficult than destroying it. However, she then turned her gaze to Soren and Ildiz and said softly, "Since you are a priest serving the father of the oak tree, Sylvanus, then you should know that there is a ritual that can be used to awaken the divine power he left behind and heal this forest. Right? Ritual to heal the forest?" Soren's body trembled when he heard this, and then a thought immediately popped up in his mind. He murmured, "It can't be that ritual, can it?" There were many dryads among the followers of the father of the oak tree. As the companions of trees, many dryads used to seek protection from the father of the oak tree. In the church of the father of the oak tree, there were two sacred rituals that could be used to restore the natural environment and restore life to the dying forest. There were many rituals in the church of the father of the oak tree, but the two most powerful and sacred rituals were called the tree song and the dance of the dryads. The former was an extremely large ritual. It required a large number of followers to sing the ancient hymns of the church in unison to attract the creatures in the forest to stop and listen. From what he saw, this place did not have the conditions to perform the tree song ritual. The latter was a joyous ritual to restore the vitality of the forest. It required the followers to use flutes and dances to summon the dryads out of the trees they were connected to and then mate with humans. This ritual should have been mentioned before. This ritual didn't cost much to the dryads, but it was a huge burden to the people who mated with them. They might even have to pay a lot more than that. The dance of the dryads? The Midnight Lady's words seemed to have reminded the dryad in front of her. Her beautiful face revealed a thoughtful expression as she looked at Soren and Ildes in front of her. She was a dryad herself, so this ritual should be the easiest for her to complete. She fell into deep thought and murmured, "If we can successfully perform the dance of the dryads, we might be able to awaken the divine power left behind by the father of the oak tree. This way, we might be able to purify the entire forest." Speaking of this, her eyes suddenly lit up. First, she turned her gaze to the handsome blonde Ildes. After staring at him for a while, Karina couldn't help but frown and murmured, "No, this won't do. He doesn't have enough strength. I'm afraid he won't be able to support even half of the ritual." Ildes was a little confused. As the church of the father of the oak tree gradually disappeared from the eyes of mortals, even the wizards did not know much about the internal sacred rituals of the church. He still did not know what the others were talking about. The dryad quickly turned her gaze to Soren. Her eyes instantly lit up, and her expression became lively. She said with some enthusiasm, "He can do it. He's not only strong enough, he also has great power. I can feel the light of divinity. If he's willing to help us perform the sacred ritual, he might be able to completely awaken the divine power left behind by the father of the oak tree. This way, the entire misty forest can be purified." Hearing the words of the dryad, the goddess of magic immediately looked at Soren with pleading eyes. Ildes was originally the candidate she had prepared. If he couldn't do it, the goddess of magic would probably have to use some special methods to increase Ildes' strength, and then let him complete the sacred ritual. Although this might require her to pay a high price, there really was something in the temple of the father of the oak tree that was very important to her. Now, if Soren could complete the ritual, it meant that she did not need to pay too much. She only needed to think of a way to compensate Soren. She was determined to obtain one of the items in the temple. Therefore, at this moment, the goddess of magic looked at Soren with a hint of pleading. Chapter 698. Soren hesitated. As he looked at the goddess of magic's pleading eyes, he couldn't help but hesitate because the dance of the dryads was also draining his power to restore the forest. The consequences of doing so might cause him to lose a level. Dryads were the embodiment of nature's spirituality, a very beautiful and charming creature, and could even be said to be one of the most beautiful creatures in the material plane. But, in Soren's opinion, dryads were not much different from the succubus of the bottomless abyss, the lust of the Bator Inferno, and even the sorceress of the demons. The nature of their souls was similar. Dryads also relied on their innate charm to survive, but as a creature of the material plane, dryads were still kinder. But not all of them were kind creatures, because most of the time, dryads stood on the neutral side of nature. Every year, humans who cut down trees died in the hands of dryads. In order to prevent other races from destroying the forest, dryads even killed a lot of people. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that Soren wasn't sure if the divine power left by Father of the Oak, Silvanus, would be awakened by the ritual. If the ritual was successful, it would be the best. This was the result that everyone wanted to see. But if the ritual didn't awaken the divine power of Father of the Oak, then once this sacred ritual was carried out, even Soren would have a hard time forcibly stopping it. This meant that if the divine power of Father of the Oak was not awakened, Soren would have to use his own power to restore the forest. If it was a normal person, they would probably be drained dry. Soren wouldn't be like that, but it was almost certain that he would lose more than 5 levels of his profession. After all, the area of the misty forest was too large. Even if all aspects were achieved, if the divine power left by Father of the Oak wasn't enough, Soren might still lose a level. This kind of power reduction was permanent, unlike the energy drain spell that could be restored with divine spells. The goddess of magic naturally knew about Soren's concerns. In the days when the Avatar crisis was coming, no god would be willing to take such a risk. But there was something very important in the Temple of Sylvanus, and it could even be said to be related to her life and death. If Soren wasn't willing to help her, she could only pay a price and let Ildes do it. If possible, Soren still wanted to refuse. But he really couldn't refuse now. If he gave up now, what was the point of coming to the goddess of magic? No matter what, he still had to take some risks. I agree. Just when the Midnight Lady thought that Soren would refuse, he suddenly agreed, so that the goddess of magic in front of her had an incredible expression of surprise. She slightly bowed towards Soren and said with a trembling voice, "Thank you very much." Ildes still didn't understand the situation. But he knew that Soren seemed to have a tacit understanding with the Midnight Lady all of a sudden. Then Soren seemed to have promised something very important, which made the powerful Midnight Lady very grateful. This discovery necessitated because he felt that if he could gain the gratitude of the Midnight Lady, he would definitely be able to get more help from her. But it didn't seem like a good thing. It was well known that most rituals consumed power. Ildes wanted to volunteer to replace Soren, but considering what the Dryad said and the danger of reducing his strength, he didn't say a word in the end. He felt a little disappointed. You agree? High Dryad Karina was also a little excited, and there was a faint blush on her beautiful face. She seemed to have figured out Soren's identity, and couldn't help but bow deeply and say, "Thank you very much for your help. From today onwards, the Dryads of the Misty Forest will be your companions. If you need any help, you can come to us at any time. Although we can't go too far from the forest, we still have some reliable allies." Speaking of this, Karina turned her gaze to the forest in the distance. Although many trees in the forest had withered, there were still many tall trees growing further away. "So, shall we start now?" The goddess of magic's expression seemed to be a little impatient. She raised her hand and set up a magic barrier, then said, "Do you need my help to prepare anything?" Karina's beautiful face blushed, and she shook her head slightly and said, "No need. You just wait outside. The ritual may take a long time. If it succeeds, I will open the door to the temple for you at noon the next day." The goddess of magic nodded silently, then said to the stunned Ildes, "Let's go out first." "Oh." Ildes nodded with a disappointed expression. At this time, it was already afternoon. After the Midnight Lady and Ildes left, the High Dryad Karina immediately activated a defensive barrier. The sacred ceremony could not be disturbed by the outside world. She uttered a strange tree language from her mouth. Then, the surrounding plants began to grow crazily. The forest in the distance suddenly became restless. Then, the ground began to tremble slightly. One after another, tall ancient trees rose from the ground and blocked the surrounding space with heavy steps. They were like the outermost protective umbrella, preventing others from approaching. Language of nature. An emerald green light emerged in front of Soren. Slender and soft vines appeared and intertwined at an amazing speed. Then they formed a special altar that was not very big, but more than 15 meters in diameter. With the abundant vitality shrouding the surroundings, the nearby vegetation grew at an amazing speed. In the blink of an eye, it was as if it had entered the spring where flowers and plants were everywhere. "Your Excellency." The crisp sound of birds chirping could be heard. Some birds with colorful feathers were flying around, making a pleasant sound as if they were the accompaniment to all of this. The clear sound of flowing water could be heard. In the clear river near the forest, beautiful girls with long hair that was as elegant as water plants slowly walked out of the river. They were holding colorful conches. Some of them were floating in the water, while some were lazily lying on the rocks by the river. They gently played a beautiful melody. These were the Dryads, the embodiment of the spirituality of the river and lake. Flowers bloomed everywhere, accompanied by the dance of the dryads. Some incomparably petite and beautiful figures began to appear. They looked as if they were translucent and had a pair of delicate wings. These cute, pocket-sized, beautiful girls flew in the air and danced in the sea of flowers along with the melody in the surroundings. Beautiful dryads wearing exquisite dresses appeared one after another. They used soft leaves and petals to weave their clothes and danced around the dryads near the altar. Everything was so beautiful. In the midst of the beautiful melody, Karina walked in front of Soren with a blushing face. Facing Soren's puzzled gaze, she seemed a little shy, but in the end, her fingers trembled slightly as she took off her light purple dress. In an instant, her beautiful body that represented the spirituality of nature was displayed in front of everyone. Shy. The flower fairies dancing around the altar immediately began to sway as if they were drunk. These cute and delicate little fellows blushed and used their small hands to cover their large eyes. However, they still carefully opened their eyes by a sliver. Pairs of watery eyes widened as they stared at the altar, as if they were filled with curiosity about what was about to happen. At the same time, near the river, the lazy aquatic spirits also let out joyful and teasing chuckles. Then, the style of the melody that was originally filled with the fresh breath of nature changed drastically. It was as if there was an additional lustful and decadent feeling in the melody. The next part of the ritual was the most important part. Whether or not Soren could completely purify the evil energy in the forest would depend on whether or not he could last until the end of the ritual. Chapter 699. Outside the forest gate. The Midnight Lady had a rare look of nervousness on her face. She had been concentrating on sensing the changes inside. Ildes, on the other hand, looked a little disappointed. He tried to talk to the Midnight Lady next to him to ask what was going on, but it seemed that the Midnight Lady wasn't interested in talking. She just responded to his question with a slight For some reason, Ildes felt like he had missed out on something very important. This strong sense of disappointment made him feel depressed. About half an hour later, a strange energy began to emerge. As the goddess of magic, the Midnight Lady had an astonishing perception of all energy changes. Therefore, when she realized that the ritual had successfully begun, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of relief on her face. The next thing to do was to awaken the divine power that the Father of the Oak left in this forest. As long as the divine power of the Father of the Oak could be awakened, the cost of the ritual would be reduced by a lot. On the other side, Soren himself had also entered a strange state. Kalina's slender white legs were wrapped around his waist. At the same time, she kept a very rhythmic, twisting rhythm with the dance around her. Both of them were now joined together. However, the whole process wasn't just for pleasure. In Soren's view, the whole ritual was more like the Taoist yin-yang dual cultivation in his previous life. It was an incredible natural evolution. Soren represented the yang side, and the dryads represented the yin side. At this moment, Soren's body and spirit had separated into two sides. One side maintained control of his body and tried to last as long as possible in this sacred ritual. The other side had turned into a spiritual body and stood on top of the altar. His God-level senses allowed him to clearly feel an abundant life force gushing out from him and Kalina's body. It was transmitted to the nearby forest through the altar below. Soren's slaughter EXP was gradually decreasing. Kalina's power was also gradually weakening. This ritual required a lot of energy from both sides. However, due to the dryads' special life forms, they could recover from the forest through other methods. They only lost power in the process, but the result was that they gained a lot of benefits. Fortunately, there was another huge divine power in this forest. It was the divine power left behind by Father Oak. Only by activating this power to replace the consumption of a sacred ritual could Soren avoid the fate of lowering his profession level. The slaughter EXP was quickly draining away, and it was not easy to awaken the divine power of the Father of Oak. Soren would probably need to endure the first half of the ritual before the Dryads could awaken the power slumbering in the forest. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The tired Karina loosened her legs that were tightly wrapped around Soren's waist. She was a little tired and satisfied as she lay down to rest, but soon another beautiful Dryad with fiery red hair came over. The beautiful Dryad's face was flushed red, but she quickly took over Karina's position. At the same time, as the two of them merged completely, a rich aura of life once again appeared on the altar. I've used up all my slaughter EXP. Soren's spiritual consciousness stood about 20 meters above the altar. His spirit still maintained control of his body, but his perception of the outside world was focused on the changes in the forest. The aura of nature, the aura of life, an unimaginable mystical domain. Soren, who had used up all his slaughter EXP, began to consume his divine power. If possible, he still did not want to lower his class level, so he could only use his divine power to hold on for a while. Fortunately, the divine power left behind by Father Oak had changed due to the ritual, and this enormous power was slowly awakening. Another hour passed in the blink of an eye. When the fifth beautiful Dryad took over the position of the previous one, Soren's accumulated divine power was finally used up in the ritual. At this moment, the power of Father Oak had appeared. It was a divine power filled with the aura of nature. It had been awakened by the ritual, but because Father Oak had fallen, it could not completely replace Soren's consumption. It was accelerating the healing of the entire forest, but in order to maintain the state of activating it, Soren must continue to support the ritual. Soren was on the verge of losing a level, but at this moment, his spirit suddenly began to merge with the ritual, and at the same time, he was connected to this enormous divine power. It was a strange feeling. Soren suddenly felt like he had become one with the entire forest, and he could feel the aura of life of the plants that he usually did not pay attention to. Then, a row of data appeared in front of him. Ability increased. During the ritual of the Dance of the Dryads, you have obtained part of the plant domain information. There was actually a new domain information. At this moment, even Soren was a little excited. He used a little bit of his energy to maintain the ritual of the Dance of the Dryads, and most of it was used to sense the changes in the ritual. It was a deep analysis of the power of nature. Looks like I can only burn my level. Soren had no other way out. Things had already reached this stage, and he could not give up halfway. Even if he had to burn his level, he had to hold on until the end. And looking at the current situation, there was a possibility that he would receive 3 notifications of the plant domain information after the ritual. Losing a level was right in front of him. When the last of Soren's divine power was sucked dry by the beautiful Dryads, a strange emerald light suddenly appeared in Soren's heart, and the light formed into the shape of a leaf. In an instant, an abundant life force replaced the consumption of Soren's divine power, and it began to maintain the ritual in a way that consumed less divine power. The beautiful Dryads suddenly became intoxicated. They gathered around Soren as if they could not wait any longer. Even Karina, who had not fully recovered from her exhaustion, was eager to try. It seemed like she could not wait to absorb the purest life force from Soren's body. The beautiful Dryads were thirsting for it. They felt that there was a force in Soren's body that was extremely important to them. It could even be said that it was a force that could change them qualitatively. Soren's expression was also quite shocked. He could not help but mutter to himself, "The leaf of life? So its power was not completely digested by me." The leaf of life from the Droll Church. Soren had once used it to improve his vitality. It seemed like its power was not limited to just that. The process of the ritual seemed to be speeding up. The beautiful Dryads were eager for the power of the leaf of life, which also replaced the consumption of Soren's divine power and was maintaining the operation of the whole ritual. Another 3 hours passed. After a short discussion, the beautiful Dryads quickly took turns and took a portion of the leaf of life's power in a relatively equal manner. Then, they continued the entire process of the ritual. At this moment, The power of the leaf of life was gradually depleted. However, a notification appeared in front of Soren's eyes once again. Ability increased. During the sacred ritual of the Dance of the Dryads, you have obtained some information about the plant domain. The second notification, as long as Soren could endure it one more time, he would be able to directly master a new domain, a powerful yet unfamiliar plant domain. It seems like I can't avoid losing a level. Just as Soren thought so, he suddenly realized that he did not lose a level. This was because another power full of vitality emerged in his body. This was the power left in his body by the water of life. The beautiful Dryads cheered. They seemed to have found endless treasures in Soren's body. They were all full of energy and couldn't wait to try it out. Even Karina, who was exhausted after the second round, seemed to want to force herself to do it again. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Ability loss. During the sacred ritual of the Dance of the Dryads, you have lost the ability Eternal Youth from the Water of Life. Ability loss. During the sacred ritual of the Dance of the Dryads, you have lost the ability Life Extension from the Water of Life. I actually dropped an ability? Soren was surprised to find that he had lost 2 abilities. Fortunately, they were useless to him. These 2 abilities provided a large amount of vitality for the sacred ritual. The ritual had finally reached the most crucial part. After a long period of awakening, the power left behind by the Father of the Oak was finally fully awakened. The entire misty forest was shrouded in a huge power. The withered plants that were eroded by negative energy were recovering at an astonishing speed. The awakening of the Father of the Oak's power not only gradually replaced Soren's consumption in the ritual, but a small part of it was also fed back to them through the altar. But it was a pity. Soren's assimilation with this divine power was not high. More than 70% of his divine power was transferred to the Dryads who were maintaining the ritual. Soren could only slowly recover his divine power. However, at this moment, a long-awaited notification appeared in front of his eyes. It was even a little out of his expectations. Ability gain. During the sacred ritual of the Dance of the Dryads, you have obtained part of the plant domain. Ability gain. You have obtained a new domain, plant. Ability gain. During the process of awakening the divine power left behind by the Father of the Oak, you have obtained part of the nature domain. Nature domain. Although it was just a message prompt, it made Soren's whole spirit shake for a moment. Chapter 700. Plant Domain. This was a rather rare domain ability. Normally, only a small number of legendary droll would be able to obtain it. Tree shepherds were the easiest class to obtain this domain. Under normal circumstances, legendary tree men, legendary tree spirits, legendary flower fairies, and other nature-type creatures would also be able to learn it after reaching a certain level. However, if this domain was given to humans or other races, the chances of it appearing were extremely low. At least, Soren had never seen a human master this domain. Looks like I've benefited from Father Oak this time. As one of the main gods of nature, Father Oak had always been regarded as the embodiment of nature. During the process of awakening his divine power, Soren understood some of the characteristics of his power. That was why he was able to master the plant domain. This kind of perception required a foundation. If it was Ildes, he probably wouldn't be able to master the plant domain because he didn't have the power of a god. He wouldn't be able to understand the laws of a god's power. The ritual was still ongoing. Soren entered a strange state where his soul and body were separated. Although part of Father Oak's divine power was still integrated into Soren's body, the ritual didn't give him any notifications. Looks like that's all I can comprehend. Soren's spirit was still covering the sky above the forest. In a blur, he seemed to see the shadow of a towering tree. This was the image created by Father Oak's divine power. A third of the forest had been purified, but a large amount of divine power was still being awakened. Soren looked at everything in front of him and murmured, "The plant domain is only a part of the nature domain." As one of the most powerful domains, the nature domain contains too many things. The dance of the tree spirits seems to only involve the laws of the plant domain. This means that I can only get one notification. If I want to master the nature domain, I'll need to supplement the animal domain and some other abilities related to the nature domain. The nature domain contained too many things. However, it was not necessary to master all of them in order to comprehend the nature domain. After all, the power of the domain was not equal to the clergy. The clergy could also be divided into independent areas. Therefore, some powerful domains could use some basic domains as a fulcrum. However, after mastering the domain, the ability would definitely not reach the standard of perfection. A god who had mastered 3 basic nature-related domains and then comprehended the power of nature was naturally weaker than a god who had mastered 5 or 6 basic nature-related domains. That was why the god of murder had tried so hard to gather the power of murder, slaughter, destruction, death, fear, and so on, outside the forest gate. When Father Oak's divine power was fully awakened, the goddess of magic finally showed a hint of relief on her face. As long as Father Oak's divine power was awakened, there would be no problems with the ritual. At this moment, she looked at the time and thought to herself, "It takes so long to awaken Father Oak's divine power. If he wasn't willing to help, I'm afraid that even if I helped Ildes increase his power, he wouldn't be able to hold on until now." Speaking of which, the Midnight Lady couldn't help but glance at Ildes beside her. Then, she quickly shifted her gaze to the interior of the forest gate. Mortals were mortals, after all. At this moment, the goddess of magic realized that in the upcoming crisis, it would be more effective to contact the power of the gods than to borrow the power of mortals. Although borrowing the power of mortals was more subtle. The forces of the other old gods were intertwined. Even if they were her closest allies, the goddess of magic could not completely trust them. These gods had their own enemies, and those enemies would definitely pay attention to them. Even the slightest involvement could alert the evil faction's mistress of the night, who controlled the Shadow Weave. That was why the goddess of magic didn't contact her allies or even the forces of the churches that served her. There was no doubt that the churches and forces that serve her were secretly monitored by her enemies. However, Soren, who was now willing to help her, didn't have such a problem because he was a new god who had just entered the realm of the gods. Such a god basically didn't have much interaction with the other veteran gods. Although he would be slightly noticed by the other gods, it was far from being that conspicuous. Moreover, he wasn't involved in the entanglement of the other gods. In this regard, Soren was one of the candidates she wanted the most. The goddess of magic couldn't trust anyone now, and Soren might be one of the few people she could try to trust. Being a god for too long meant that interpersonal relationships were too complicated. Soren, who had just become a god, was like a blank piece of paper. Although he was a god of the evil faction, the goddess of magic had now deviated to the neutral faction in order to integrate the Shadow Weave. There was a possibility of cooperation between the two sides. The goddess of magic was even thinking about whether she could pull Soren into her divine system, because she could see at a glance that Soren was a rogue and part-time wizard. As long as he was a spellcaster, she could try to integrate him into her divine system. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. As the enormous divine power of the Father of Oak gradually dissipated, the misty forest also glowed with vitality. The almost withered ancient trees grew new buds, and as long as there was no evil power to erode them, they would soon be revived, under the radiance of the morning sun. The whole forest was breathing happily, and for some reason, the beasts living in it became cheerful. One could faintly see groups of flower fairies dancing in the air. This huge forest had been purified by the divine power of the Father of Oak. The divine power of the Father of Oak had awakened the sleeping Ents. Although they were still motionless, they were actually awake but too lazy to move. The Midnight Lady once again entered the gate of the forest. She saw Soren, whose face was pale and seemed to be unusually tired. The place had been restored to its original state, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance of flowers. However, as the powerful goddess of magic, she could still smell a trace of lust and decadence in the fragrance. This discovery made her blush slightly. As a god with a vast amount of knowledge, she naturally knew what had happened in yesterday's ceremony. "Thank you." The goddess of magic looked at Soren, who seemed to be tired and dispirited, and said seriously, "Thank you very much." She said thank you twice, and when she said it the second time, she slightly bowed to Soren. Soren smiled. He still looked very tired, but his eyes were bright. The burden on his body did not affect his seemingly sublimated spirit. He slowly said, "Karina is opening the gate of nature, but only you can enter. Go quickly." She said it can only be opened for a while. What was inside the gate of nature? Soren was naturally curious, but since the Dryads only allowed the goddess of magic to enter, he would not force anything. He could guess that it was not a temple of nature, but a part of the kingdom of the Father of Oak. That was why the Dryads did not allow anyone to enter. The goddess of magic wanted to get something from the kingdom of the Father of Oak. Soren vaguely thought of a legendary artifact, but he was not completely sure. Ildes also walked in, but his expression at the moment seemed a little lost because he felt like a passerby, completely here to be a bystander. The two of them seemed to have nothing to say. Soren was too tired to talk now. Even as a god, yesterday's sacred ceremony still put a lot of burden on him. Next, he had to explain some things to the goddess of magic, and he might need to go back to Mordor to rest. Damn, why did this Dryad feel more powerful than Succubus? When Soren was exploring the abyss, he also tried Succubus, but he was only a legendary rogue at that time, and he did not feel as tired as he did now. It could only be explained that the ceremony itself increased his burden. The Midnight Lady soon appeared again. She also appeared with the leader of the Dryads, Karina. The other Dryads seemed to be very tired. After absorbing part of Soren's power, they all fell into a deep sleep. The power from the Leaf of Life needed to be digested by them. If they succeeded, 36 legendary Dryads might be born here. They were originally high-grade creatures, and they could become legendary with a little opportunity. The Midnight Lady had a relaxed smile on her face at the moment. It seemed that she had gotten what she wanted. Now that they had gotten what they wanted, there was no need for them to continue to stay here. The huge amount of divine power that they had awakened yesterday should have alarmed some people. "Your Excellency," just before Soren was about to leave, the leader of the Dryads, Karina, stopped him. Then the beautiful Dryad in front of him took out an exquisite vine arm guard, and then handed it to Soren. Her voice was very soft, as if with a trace of reluctance. "Thank you very much for your help. This is a little gift that we sisters have prepared for you. I hope you can accept it." Soren smiled softly, then reached out and took the arm guard. The moment he touched the arm guard, a strange light appeared, and then the arm guard turned into vines that automatically wrapped around Soren's hands. The size of the vines also adjusted to the right position. It looked like a living thing, a legendary item. A trace of envy appeared in Ildes's eyes. The arm guard was able to automatically recognize its owner and adjust its size. It didn't seem like an ordinary legendary item. Soren's expression was a little surprised, and even the magic goddess was a little surprised. However, at this moment, the Midnight Lady was thinking in her heart. Since the Dryads had taken out such a valuable item to repay Soren, then what should she use to repay them? Right now, she didn't seem to have any gifts that she could take out. Item type: Dryad's Longing, +3, item grade. Legendary, grade 3. Item description: this is a legendary item that was jointly created by many high-level Dryads. They gathered their own strength and infused a part of the Dryad's origin into it. This gives this equipment a special power. It is not an inanimate object, but a living equipment. This equipment has the characteristic of recognizing its owner. Only its owner can use it, and it will automatically adjust its size according to the owner's will. A total of 36 high-level Dryads left their mark on this equipment. Equipment requirements: non-equipment effect, +4 charm, +2 defense level equipment effect. Owner recognition, sturdiness, activation equipment effect, vine entanglement. 3 times a day. This equipment can activate plants and turn them into vines to entangle any nearby creatures. Equipment effect, plant domination. 3 times a day, this equipment can dominate nearby plants. The effect is equivalent to dominating humans. Equipment effect, summon high-level dryads. Once a day, this equipment has the mark of life left by 36 high-level dryads. The user can summon 1 high-level dryad at a time. The target of the summon is random. Because this equipment is a living plant, the summoned dryad can temporarily leave the tree it lives in. The duration of the summon is determined by the strength of the summoned dryad. Summon high-level dryads? When Soren saw the attributes of this equipment, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a bitter smile on his face. This equipment's effect was not bad. It could only be said that it was a gift. He hoped that they could advance to the legendary stage as soon as possible. This way, Soren could at least summon a legendary dryad as a helper. Chapter 701. Fire. There was fire everywhere, and the raging fire lit up the entire night sky. There were screams of panic and fear from others in the distance, and there was a strange and terrifying laughter full of excitement. Blood. There was blood everywhere, and the strong smell of blood enveloped the town. The sky seemed to be dyed red with blood, and the moon was a strange dark red. Will! Thank God, you're not dead yet. Get up quickly. A big man with a full beard appeared in front of him. He was wearing a simple mail armor, and there was a bloodstain on his chest. There were 3 claw marks on his thick arm. At this moment, he carried a war hammer with one hand and came to Will's side. He quickly threw a long sword over and shouted, "Get up and fight! The devils have rushed into the town." The young man slowly got up. He shook his head as if he wanted to figure out everything in front of him, but soon some memories began to appear. The sky was a bit strange this evening because it was too red. It was still winter, and there should not be such bright red clouds, not to mention that even the moon was stained with a trace of dark red. The devils had arrived. No one knew where they came from. They seemed to have descended from the sky and suddenly appeared beside the town. Then they began to attack crazily. Battle. The town's garrison was defeated, and the militia was easily scattered by the devils. He encountered a lone berserk devil. Although he successfully killed the berserk devil with his own strength, the last impact made him faint. Fortunately, he was not unconscious for long. "Captain!" A young and slightly immature boy ran over. At this moment, his expression was abnormally frightened, and he was a little incoherent. "Dead. They're all dead. Hank, Ryan, Shasta, they were all dead. They were all dead." There was a sharp scream of a woman in the distance. Will was very familiar with this voice because she was the cook in the town. She was a chubby aunt who was usually a little naggy, but was good to people. Occasionally, she would give some food to the children from the kitchen. "I'm fine." Will stood up shakily, then reached out and clenched the long sword in his hand. He blocked the hand of the man in front of him who wanted to help him up and said in a hoarse voice, "What about the others?" Quickly asked the priest of the temple for help. And Sir Clyde. He was Will Jackson, the captain of Eastlake Town's militia and a retired adventurer. The bearded man looked around with an ugly expression and said in a low voice, "Everyone has been scattered. Some of the cowards ran away. The demons have already rushed into the residential area. We have to save them." In the residential area, Will's eyes were bloodshot. He gripped his sword tightly and rushed out, roaring, "Gather the others. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Open the military supply depot. Give all men weapons. They must fight to protect their homeland." Will rushed out, and a low-level dretch appeared in front of him. As a former adventurer, he had seen demons when fighting against some evil spellcasters, but he had never seen so many of them, and there were even more terrifying ones among them. He felt a burning sensation in his lungs. The initial impact had already caused him internal injuries. He had to rely on his physique, which far surpassed that of ordinary people, to suppress his injuries and continue fighting. Poochie. Will killed the dretch in front of him with a sword, and then he saw a trembling figure hiding behind a haystack. Ron, a child, 14 years old this year. Because he was not tall, he was always bullied. He had always wanted to join the militia to make himself stronger. Pa! There was no time for Will to say anything. He directly lifted the child in front of him with one hand and then slapped him. The poor little guy had been scared silly. Will took a sword that fell next to him, then put it in his hand and roared, "Pick up the sword. Go to the garrison. Don't stay here. Tell the patrol to come and help." The child in front of him trembled as he got up. There were corpses scattered around him. Some of them belonged to demons, but most of them belonged to humans. Broken limbs were everywhere on the ground, and there were several corpses that had been gnawed beyond recognition. He suddenly vomited, vomiting so much that his bile came out. Will sighed. After all, he was just an ordinary civilian. Facing everything in front of him, he was easily on the verge of collapse. He had no time to care about this guy, so he could only pick up his sword and rush forward. A lot of people died. In just a short distance of 100 or 200 meters, he saw the corpses of many of his colleagues. Some were from the militia, and some were from the garrison. He also saw a broken corpse in full armor. It was Lord Drick, a canonized knight, and one of the most powerful professions in the town. His body was torn into two halves. Will couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying power could kill a canonized knight in such a cruel way. Demons. The figures of demons appeared in front of him. They rampaged through the raging fire. A delicate and pretty girl ran out of a hiding corner in fear because of the fire. Before Will could rush over to rescue her, a few wandering demons rushed over and tore this young and beautiful life into pieces in an instant. No, Will's eyes were about to pop out. The unprecedented anger made him roar and rush over. He instantly swung his sword and killed the demons in front of him. A bright light appeared, and there was a burst of explosions. Will gasped and looked up. He couldn't help but murmur, "What's over there?" The temple. Donghu town was located in the southern part of the continent. There were temples here to serve the goddess of agriculture, the goddess of river, and the Red Knight, the goddess of strategy. Will began to rush towards the temple, but the scattered demons nearby were also attracted by the explosion over there and began to gather there one by one. Corpses. There were corpses everywhere. One by one, familiar faces had now become cold corpses. Will's heart was full of sadness and anger. Although he moved here after ending his adventuring career, 5 years had already made him accustomed to life here and regarded this quiet town as his home. Arcane missile. Protection from evil. Fireball. The brilliance of spells emerged, and the surroundings of the 3 temples had turned into a battlefield. The surviving old, weak, women, and children hid inside the temple, and outside were some men with weapons. Several spellcasters were active on the battlefield. Relying on their strength, these people could block the attacks of the demons again and again. Quasit's Dretch, Deep Lurker, Bloodthirsty Abyss, Cunning Berserk. Some demons that Will had never seen before launched attacks at the temple. They seemed to be a little afraid of the power that shrouded the temple. Some of the middle-ranked demons did not dare to attack. Instead, they kept driving the low-ranked demons to consume the enemy's strength. Will, a trembling girl hiding in the temple, suddenly stood up and said anxiously to Will in the distance, "Be careful." Behind you, a great sense of crisis suddenly came. Will rolled forward almost without thinking. Then, a violent explosion sounded. His figure was directly blasted into the air. The fire spread. A figure with flames all over its body came out of the ruins in front of it. It looked like a burning humanoid creature. With a wave of its hand, a huge fireball came out. Flaming Demon, one of the most powerful middle-grade demons in the Abyss, the basic form of the Baylor. The appearance of the Flaming Demon was undoubtedly the last straw to break the balance. With the explosion of a fireball in the crowd, the warriors near the temple suffered heavy losses in an instant. A flaming demon with a challenge rating of more than 8 was not something they could fight against. If his adventurer companions were still there, Will might be able to kill the flaming demon in front of him because he was a warrior who had successfully entered the 3rd grade not long ago. But now, almost no one could stop its advance. Although there were a few wizards living in Eastlake Town, most of them only had the power of a rank 2 wizard. Only one of them could cast a spell that was rank 4 or above. "Servant, come to me." An impassioned battle cry rang out, accompanied by the galloping sound of horse hooves. A group of cavalry appeared on the opposite street. The leader of the group was a human heavy knight in full body armor. His body was covered in medieval Gothic plate armor. Beside him was a fully armed cavalry. Compared to the poorly equipped militia and guards, these people could be considered as a real army. "My lord, it's Baron Bollock. We're saved." The sound of galloping horse hooves covered the excited roars of the demons. The cavalry was like a sharp knife that directly stabbed into the enemy's vitals. A cunning demon was lifted up by a spear. The first wave of the cavalrymen's charge instantly inflicted heavy casualties on the devils. But it was a pity that this wasn't a flat plain. In the narrow space of the town, even the powerful personal guards of the Overlord only had one chance to charge. A violent demon seized the opportunity. This demon, which weighed nearly 1,500 pounds, threw the horse to the ground and then grabbed the knight's servant who fell off the horse. With a twist of its hands, the knight's servant was torn in half. Fire, blood, slaughter. The abyssal language reverberated in the air as the flaming demon turned around. As the raging flames ignited the surroundings, this terrifying demon turned its attention to these people. The loud and clear cry of an eagle suddenly rang out. A male eagle hovered over the town. At this moment, the whole Eastlake Town had turned into a sea of fire. The once prosperous town was only left with burning ruins and corpses. Demons? Why are there so many demons in the material plane? The figure of the male eagle swooped down and turned into a tall elf drool at the moment of landing. On his chest was the emblem of the Drool Church. With a bestial roar, a huge brown bear suddenly appeared beside him. Animal companion. As a wild drool of the Nature Church, although he did not like to get along with humans, in this situation, he decided to help humans fight against the demons. The sky was blood red. It was so oppressive that people felt as if they could not breathe. Just when people thought that they could finally usher in victory, suddenly a crack appeared in midair, and then a huge, ferocious spider slowly crawled out. At this moment, even Drool's face changed drastically. He said, "Demon hunting spider?" At the same time, in the laboratory of Motor City, Gloria, who was studying the floating ring, suddenly changed her face. Then the mechanical voice of the Thaling experiment ET sounded, "Unknown spatial anomaly in the alert area. All the magic traps have been triggered." A light of teleportation appeared. Gloria's figure suddenly appeared on the lighthouse. As she injected magic into a strange metal magic device, suddenly a sharp alarm sounded over the entire Motor City. In an instant, countless people were awakened from their sleep. The roars of officers came from the direction of the barracks and the garrison. Groups of Motor City guards began to gather. In just 10 minutes, thousands of troops had gathered. The sky in the distance was dark red. About 12 kilometers away from Motor City, it was shrouded in a strange blood-red cloud. Chapter 702. Demon Hunting Spider. Challenge Rating 11. Its body was as strong as a bull. Its legs were 14 feet long, and it weighed more than 6,500 pounds. With its appearance, not only the humans in front of it were terrified, but even the nearby demons could not help but feel frightened. They were the creation of the demon prince, Demogorgon. They were very good at finding items, hunting enemies, and chasing escaped slaves. Demon hunting spiders fought with 4 claws, but their magic eye rays were more deadly. Because the eyes of demon hunting spiders could produce 4 different magic rays: flame, ice, electric, petrification. The demon hunting spider in front of them was the most dangerous one, because when it cast its ferocious eyes at a human warrior in front of it, suddenly a ray of light shot out, and then the human warrior turned into a stone. This was not a monster they could fight against at all. For a moment, everyone could not help but feel desperate. As the wizards who knew the bottomless abyss better, their faces were even paler. There were two kinds of spiders in the bottomless abyss. The first was the demon-hunting spider created by the demon prince. They were simply ruthless killers. The second was the demon-hunting spider transformed by the queen of spiders, Lolth. They were extremely dangerous ambushers. One of these two spiders had a challenge rating of 10, and the other had a challenge rating of 11, and the challenge difficulty was above a level. Many adventurers had died in their hands. Even in the bottomless abyss, many demons were slaughtered by them. This was simply a bloody massacre. The demon-hunting spider's strength value was as high as 31 points, and its dexterity value was also far higher than that of ordinary people, which was 17 points. They had multiple attacks with 4 claws in close combat, and their long-range attacks were extremely dangerous. This was the difference in strength. It was like a medieval knight trying to kill the ultralisk of the Zerg. The demon-hunting spider's magic eye ray was more terrifying than a laser. The damage of fire, ice, and electric was 72 points. The petrification effect could not pass the test and would be instantly killed. There were not many people present who could withstand one of its attacks. On the other side, more than 10 kilometers outside Mordor City, Gloria's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. In the town that had just been built in front of her, the guards and demons were already fighting. This newly completed town had now become a bloody battlefield. The guards and militias in the town were paying an astonishing price to block the tide-like attack of the demons. If it weren't for the fact that Mordor City was nearby, and they firmly believed that reinforcements would arrive soon, they would have been completely defeated by the first round of attacks of the demon army. But even so, the defenses on the city walls were in imminent danger. However, the wooden walls that were 4 to 5 meters tall couldn't stop the devils from climbing. In fact, the berserk devils' ferocious attacks were about to break through one of the walls. Why would a demon-hunting spider appear here? Didn't they already migrate to the kingdom of the Spider Queen? Is this place connected to the abyssal plane very close to the kingdom of the Spider Queen? Damn it. At this moment, even Gloria couldn't help but curse. Demon-hunting spiders were different from other demon-hunting spiders. Demon-hunting spiders were the creation of the demon prince, Demogorgon. Because of the death of the demon prince, many demon-hunting spiders had lost their masters. Therefore, they would wander in various levels of the abyss. But demon-hunting spiders were completely different. They originally belonged to a special kind of spider native to the abyss. Most of them were transformed by the Spider Queen into what they were today. Demon-hunting spiders were not common in many levels of the abyss. Most of them lived inside the spider forest of the Pit Magic Network. There were relatively few areas where demon-hunting spiders were active in the outside world. And now, there were at least 5 demon-hunting spiders in front of Gloria. 3 of them were very cunning and lurking in the dark. They seemed to want to ambush her, the witch who could control the situation of the battlefield. So many demon-hunting spiders. It didn't make sense at all. Gloria seriously suspected that the plain gap of Mordor City was very close to the kingdom of the Spider Queen. The situation on the battlefield was very bad. Although Gloria could directly teleport here with magic, it would take some time for the army of Mordor City to arrive. This town was full of the lowest-level militia guards of Mordor City. They could temporarily block the demon army in front of them, but after a while, they might not be able to hold on. If they wanted to defeat this demon army, they still had to rely on the regular army of Mordor City. As the plain barrier became weaker and weaker, the first wave of impact from the abyss finally arrived. Although the strength of this first wave of impact was far less than that of the demon army in the future, the losses caused to the material plane were still quite heavy. Similar scenes were not only happening in Motor City and Donghu Town, but many places on the continent were also experiencing the same scene. However, the biggest difference from other places was that Mordor City paid more attention to military equipment. Even if the demon army suddenly arrived, the intensity of the attack was far higher than in other places, but the town guard still managed to block the first wave of attack and successfully held on until Gloria arrived. This meant that although the militia suffered heavy losses, the civilians did not suffer any casualties. Demons were crazy. If they rushed into the town, then it would be a bloody massacre in an instant. They had no sympathy, and their crazy and chaotic desire for destruction would make them kill any human they saw. In the entire multiverse, demons' desire for destruction was the most terrifying. They liked to destroy. Cloud of death, cloud of death, cloud of death. In this case, Gloria could only go all out. However, as a legendary northern witch, her tactics and ideas were obviously far beyond other spellcasters. Facing the situation on a battlefield, Gloria did not choose a large-scale high-grade spell. Instead, she pulled out a staff shrouded in a strange aura, and then a cloud of death fell in front of the battlefield. This was a magic wand. Most of the magic wands in the material plane were used to store spells. They did not have the ability to increase attributes, nor did they have any other special contributions. Most of them could only store a single spell, but the number might be more. Magic wands were the most important strategic resource for wizards. Because the spell slots were limited after all, and the memory of spells needed to consider the situation at that time, a variety of magic wands were born to store spells. However, most of the spells they stored were not very high level, and the price was shocking. The lowest level of arcane missile, a magic wand that stored 30 arcane missiles, needed more than 9,800 Kindler coins. On average, one arcane missile was 300 Kindler coins, which was a lot more expensive than directly tearing a scroll. Like the Cloud of Death in Gloria's hand, although it only stored a level 5 spell, the value reached a terrifying 70,000 to 80,000 Kindler coins. On average, one spell was equivalent to spending a set of +1 rare grade equipment. Cloud of Death, level 5 spell, forms a cloud of death in the area. It can directly kill creatures with a health coefficient between level 1 to 3. Those with a health coefficient between 4 to 6 will not be killed, but they must take 1 to 4 constitution damage per round. Creatures with a health coefficient above 6 are immune to the effect of death, but they must take 1 to 4 constitution damage. Those with a health coefficient above 6 are immune to the effect of death, but they must take 1 to 4 constitution damage. Creatures completely immune to the effect of the spell can ignore the effect of the spell. A strange cloud of death shrouded the battlefield. The 3 cloud of death formed an isolation zone at the most critical point. It did not cover the range of the city wall, but it covered all the demons under the city wall. Then there was a burst of screams. Those dretches, quasits, abyss lurkers, and so on, who had gathered together and wanted to climb up the city wall, struggled and fell to the ground one by one. In an instant, they had died with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. Although these low-level demons were not weak, their own creature level was not high enough. They were directly killed by the Cloud of Death. As for those more powerful demons, although they were not directly killed, they were constantly poisoned within the range of the Cloud of Death. If they rushed forward, they could not break through the defense of the city wall. If they retreated, they were completely blocked because of the poor discipline of the demons. All of a sudden, the pressure on the city wall was reduced by more than 70%, which gave the town guards a precious chance to breathe. This was one of the strengths of wizards. 3 level 5 spells directly reversed the absolute disadvantage on the battlefield. The effect may be more effective than a level 8 or 9 spell. Cloud of Death, level 8 spell. The 3 Cloud of Death had provided Gloria with the conditions to harvest heads. The low-level demons had all died because of the Cloud of Death, and the high-level demons had been reduced by a lot. At this time, a large-scale lethality spell was enough to form the effect of cutting wheat, and an area on the battlefield could be cleared in an instant. Cloud of Death was a level 8 spell. It was difficult to record such a high-level spell with a scroll, but fortunately, Gloria remembered this spell. Basically, wizards would keep 1 or 2 large-scale lethality spells. A strong magic aura emerged. With Gloria's chant, a scorching red cloud covered a large area of the battlefield in front of her. Even if they were dozens of meters away, they could feel the billowing heat waves madly. This spell damage was continuous. As far as the current situation was concerned, It was more effective than other large-scale lethality spells. As long as the demons did not withdraw from the range of the spell, they would die. This set of spells was also a wizard's combo. The corresponding spells were Cloud of Death, Stinking Cloud, Cloud of Death, and Cloud of Death. As the battlefield was cleared, the people on the city wall couldn't help but cheer, but soon behind the demons, some huge spiders and middle-grade demons appeared. In the War of Demons, the cannon fodder was always used to consume the enemy's strength. The real decisive factor was the more powerful demons. However, at this time, 3 teleportation spells appeared one after another beside Gloria: Fallen Witch, Vivian, and the High Priest. The top spellcasters of Motor City had all rushed to the battlefield. Chapter 703. The 4 mage ladies of Mordor were all in position. Although there were still a lot of demons in front of them, when Gloria, Fallen Witch, Vivian, and the High Priest appeared at the same time, the situation on the battlefield had been completely reversed. Mind Blast, Flame Whip, Dominate Demons, Blizzard. 4 magic auras instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Vivian took the lead and gathered a flame whip in her palm out of thin air. With a wave of her hand, the raging fire spread out. As Soren's half-sister, although she was a talented sorcerer, she still had good disciples in close combat. No spellcaster in this world was weak. Any wizard could withstand close combat, but their ability was not as good as the close combat professions. Fallen Witch's figure seemed to be very skillful in shuttling through the demons. As the contractor of the Succubus Queen, she seemed to have some high-grade succubus abilities, such as some strange charm spells and the special ability to dominate middle and lower-level demons. With the 4 legendary mage ladies working together, the demon army was finally no longer a threat. Although the number was still very large, it was basically impossible to break through the city wall. Although Gloria and her party had the advantage, they did not launch a counterattack. It was not that there were no spells that could directly affect the outcome of a war, but most of them had too high requirements. The current situation did not allow them to use spells that consumed too much ability. For example, Meteorite. If someone could use this spell, there was no doubt that the battle could end in an instant. But what would be the consequences of using Meteorite? First of all, the terrifying impact would destroy all these demons. Then, the impact of the meteorite would completely change the structure of the surrounding terrain. Then, the strong shock wave would sweep through everything in the vicinity, including the city walls, houses, residents, and farmlands. The meteorite from the astral plane was very likely to have radiation. A spell with astonishing lethality also meant extremely terrifying destructive power. The town might be turned into ruins in an instant. The effect of meteor burst might be better, but it could only be used to attack the rear. If the distance was a little closer, none of the guards who were fighting near the town would survive. In this kind of stalemate, 8th circle spells were the limit if they didn't want to harm their allies. What they had to do now was to stabilize the situation and wait for the army of Mordor to come and completely destroy these demons. A dragon's roar sounded. The great priestess looked up at the sky and then opened up a mental barrier. As a wave of dragons might descended from the sky, a shadow dragon that seemed to be in its youth appeared on the battlefield. Dragon's breath. The terrifying poison mist dance shrouded the battlefield. Although young dragons were not as powerful as adult dragons, their strength was still enough to suppress many demons. After all, dragons were creatures at the top of the food chain, no matter which plane they were in. A ray of magical light appeared. Although Wizard Saruman had stayed in Mordor City for a long time, he had not shown up for a while. At this moment, he also appeared near the battlefield. When he saw so many demons, he couldn't help but be shocked. Then, he flew towards a gap in the city wall. Some strange seeds were sowed. Enchanted vine, enchanted plant, hasten growth. For a long time, Wizard Saruman had been studying the strange mutant plants in the Outer Islands. Most of them were extremely dangerous and aggressive man-eating plants. At this moment, under the power of magic, these seeds quickly broke out of the ground, and then grew into vines covered with venom, man-eating plants with some sharp teeth, and even some strange plants that looked like ghosts. These plants attacked wildly as soon as the demons approached. The mutant man-eating plants in the outer islands were originally things with a monster level of 5 or above. Now, they were full of danger, and they instantly blocked the gap in the city wall. "You can leave now." Saruman took a look at the guard next to him and said in a deep voice, "Go help somewhere else. Leave this to me." Dozens of vines that oozed venom flew. At this moment, Saruman looked more like a drool of a special school. He controlled these mutant plants in some strange way and killed all the demons nearby one by one. It seems that his research has been fruitful. The situation here naturally did not escape Gloria's eyes. She and Soren were very clear about Saruman's research. Although this kind of experiment was a little dangerous, they tacitly agreed with Saruman's research. Now, looking at the performance of these man-eating plants on the battlefield, Saruman should have made a breakthrough and used the method of enchanted plants to cultivate products that could be controlled. The power of the vines was so great that it could easily strangle middle and low-grade demons. The vines would constantly ooze venom, and even demons would be corroded after touching the skin. The vines that were cut off would quickly regenerate, but after reaching a certain level, they would gradually wither. At this time, Saruman would sprinkle a little more seeds and start to cast spells. The battle was still going on. However, the attacks of the demons had been weakened a lot. The battlefield gradually shifted to the bottom of the city wall, and not many demons could rush up the wall. The only threat was those demon-hunting spiders, and the witches did not dare to be careless against these monsters. "Blackie, bite them to death." Vivian's figure jumped back. She didn't seem to like these ferocious spiders very much. She didn't even want to get close to them, so she shouted at the sky, and then a huge Quetzalcoatlus swooped down. This Quetzalcoatlus should have been given a trace of divinity by Vivian, otherwise it would not have grown so big in a short time. The dragon's roar sounded again. This time there were more of them, but there was no such strong dragon's aura. The Dragon Knights have arrived. A huge shadow appeared on the edge of the battlefield, followed by the Drow warriors riding the Quetzalcoatlus. There was only one combat formation in Mordor City at present. There were a total of 5 Dragon Knights. Ordinary humans simply could not meet the requirements to ride and control a Quetzalcoatlus. Even within the Drows, only those lizard knights who had received combat training with petrifying lizards could do it. Even among the Drows, there were only a dozen or so such talents. In other words, even if the city of Mordor could tame enough Quetzalcoatlus, they could only complete 2 Dragon Knight formations in a short time, about 12 Dragon Knights. Although the number was small, the Dragon Knights were quite powerful. The fighting power of the dragon subspecies itself was amazing. With the superb skills of the Drow warriors, they could even kill a middle-grade demon with one blow. The dragon subspecies skin was tough enough, and long-range attacks did not have a good effect on them. Dragon Tail Sweep. The Shadow Dragon seemed to have noticed that the demons were poorly equipped. It realized that most of the demons couldn't break through its dragon scales and deal enough damage to it. Moreover, the High Priest would occasionally cast divine healing spells on it, so it simply fell from the sky and swept its dragon tail. In an instant, more than a dozen demons were sent flying, and then the impact cleared nearly 30 meters of space around it. Dragon Wing Strike. Even Soren did not dare to take the 2 consecutive moves of the adult dragon, let alone these demons. The Shadow Dragon seemed to be invincible in the demon army for a while. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of heavy horse hooves rang out, accompanied by the fluttering of black flags in the wind. A team of heavily armored knights appeared on the battlefield. Heavy cavalry. The entire city of Mordor now had less than 500 people. Because of the lack of horses in the overseas areas, this heavy cavalry unit did not expand. Lance. The knight slowly put down his mask, rode his horse in front of the heavy cavalry line, and roared, "It's time to let those bastards see our strength. Don't let those bastards always laugh at us for being a bunch of decorations." Knights. Use a brilliant victory to tell them that in a real war, we are the protagonists. Mordor City valued the sea. For a long time, the situation of this cavalry unit was very awkward because there was no chance for them to show their strength in naval battles. There were not many places where they could be used in land battles. Basically, there were no enemies on land that needed Mordor City to send out heavy cavalry. The knight was originally born in a noble family. As a member of the pirate leader of Mordor City and the head of this heavy cavalry unit, he had suffered a lot from other people. Now that he finally had a chance to fight, of course, he rushed to the battlefield as soon as possible. Clang, clang, clang. Spears were raised one after another, and the eyes of the knights, covered in black heavy armor, were filled with a suppressed and passionate fighting spirit. Heavy cavalry units had always been one of the main characters of land wars, but the cost of maintaining a cavalry unit was far greater than that of other units. For a long time, they had no chance to prove their strength. Some people even thought that they should be banned in the internal faction struggles of Mordor City. They were angry, but they were more eager to use a brilliant victory to give some short-sighted guys in Mordor City a slap in the face. Even if the enemy in front of them was a group of demons, the sound of galloping horse hooves sounded. As the black war flag fluttered, the knight led the heavy cavalry to the side of the demon army. The sound of less than 500 heavy cavalry galloping was as heavy as thousands of soldiers and horses. Even the ground was trembling slightly. Courage, blessing, protection from evil. The high priest temporarily stopped the battle and began to bless the heavy cavalry regiment in front of him with divine power. With the sprinkling of divine light, the heavy cavalry suddenly felt as if their bodies were full of power. Charge! 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 There was a loud roar. The horses began to accelerate. The upright spears were slowly put down, and the knights began to put the spears flat under their ribs. Then they urged the horses to gradually speed up and rush towards the enemy in front of them. As their speed got faster and faster, they eventually turned into an unstoppable steel torrent. Chapter 704. Heavy cavalry had always played an important role in the Battle of Cold Weapons. Even if these enemies were replaced by demons, they still had a powerful deterrent force. Although 500 heavy cavalry was not a lot, after gathering into a formation to charge, the neat and powerful explosive force still made many demons panic. Although they were far more powerful than humans, this did not change the fact that they were also made of flesh and blood. Especially in the previous battle, the town's militia guards had made them realize that the humans here did not seem to be weak. They had a firm belief and fought until now with a strong will that the demons could not understand. And now, these heavy cavalrymen were even stronger and more numerous than any of the reinforcements. However, at this moment, compared to the huge damage caused by the heavy cavalry's charge to the demons, the pirate leader, Sir, thought of another scene in his mind. It was a scene that made him feel very bold when he thought of it. That day, he contradicted Sir Soren. The reason was very simple. When the heavy cavalry was first formed, it was completely led by Sir Soren, including the heavy cavalry's training plan, tactical guidance, as well as the uniform custom-made equipment from the Northern Witch Council and so on. Sir was born in a lonely noble family and received quite orthodox knight training, so he was directly appointed as the commander of this heavy cavalry regiment by Soren. Sir had no problems in other aspects, but in the weapons of this heavy cavalry unit, he had a completely different view from Sir Soren. It was mainly because of the knight's spear they used. Compared to the knight's spear on land, the knight's spear that Sir Soren designed for them was a little longer. It could even be said that it was a bit like a dragon's spear. Such a spear looked quite powerful, but in fact, it was not so flexible in battle. Sir had always thought that such a weapon was not conducive to the Battle of the Knights, especially when fighting against the infantry of other countries. It was easy to become the weakness of the knights. The design of the weapon made the first charge of the knights quite powerful. After the first charge, this weapon may also cause the following battle to be less flexible. Too long a weapon in a horse battle was not necessarily a good thing, and the fighting style of the Western spear was more rigid. The knight was puzzled by this. Therefore, not only did he contradict Sir Soren, he even argued with him. However, nothing changed. In the end, Sir Soren still suppressed his opinion. Mordor City was definitely under a centralized rule. Sir Soren was the supreme ruler of the city of Mordor. Because his suggestion was rejected, the knight was even depressed for a long time. He thought that only by showing the drawbacks of this weapon after a battle could he convince Sir Soren. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Although the spear was not flexible enough, it was only useful against creatures of the size of humans. Knight realized that he had only considered humans as his enemy from the beginning to the end. Now that the enemy was a devil with an obvious advantage in size, he realized how useful the weapon in his hand was. This kind of weapon was originally designed to deal with demons. At this moment, such a thought flashed through Knight's mind. Then he felt a shock deep in his heart. Because the knights were formed quite early, at that time, the city of Mordor had not been established for a long time. At this moment, the knight wondered if Sir Soren could predict the future. He had already guessed what might happen now. The demons were gradually defeated. Under multiple pressures, many demons found themselves on a bloody battlefield. Although the humans in front of them were not as powerful as the demon army, their excellent discipline and tactics still brought huge losses to them. As the number of cannon fodders became more and more serious, the frequency of the middle-grade and high-grade demons dying also increased. Some low-grade demons seemed to have escaped into the jungle. Go to hell. Vivian held a pitch-black sword in her palm. When she slashed the Soul Judgment demon in front of her, the demon that was close to the high grade was instantly disintegrated. Its flesh and blood disappeared little by little, leaving only a turbid crystal in its place. Sword of Annihilation, one of the most powerful melee legendary spells. Its original form had a lot to do with the legendary Black Demon Sword. It was a spell that could be broken down if it could not be resisted. At the same time, it would automatically give the caster the same level of long sword fighting skills. Under normal circumstances, when a wizard used the Sword of Annihilation with Tan Sen's transformation spell, they would still have an advantage even against a warrior of the same level. The infantry regiment of Mordor City finally arrived. There's a burst of cheers on the city wall, but the arrival of the infantry regiment also became the last help to defeat the demons. They didn't even have time to join the battle, and the demons had already been completely defeated. Victory! But the battle was not over because many demons had escaped into the jungle. Mordor City had to find a way to eliminate some of the enemies to prevent them from posing a threat to other cities. More importantly, they had to kill as many enemies as possible. Gloria naturally had her own understanding of tactics. Soon, she began to disperse the troops and gradually force the demons back to the valley where they came from. They're going back. The scattered battle continued, and the figures of the fallen witch and the high priest appeared beside Gloria. As one of the explorers of the astral world, the high priest obviously had more knowledge of the plane. She looked at the space crack in front of her and said slowly, "It seems that a stable crack has formed, but I don't know which level of the abyss it connects to." It was not a big deal that the demons could come in, but it was not easy for the demons to go back. The significance of this was extraordinary. The space crack in Mordor City had formed a small two-way channel. Although it was a little smaller, it was relatively stable. The demons were trying to escape back to the abyss, but because of the narrow space crack, they broke out inside. Can we go directly to the abyss from here? Vivian's petite figure appeared next to her. She looked at the space crack in front of her, and her cute little face showed a thoughtful expression. At the moment, there was another excited voice in her mind. "It's here. You can reach the abyss from here." Lillian seemed to be very excited, and she said with a hint of bewitchment, "The abyss is an opportunity for us. Most of the disciples of fear in the material plane have been subdued by us. If we want to fight against the Lord of Fear further, we must defeat him in the abyss." Vivian stood in the same place thoughtfully. But at this time, Other people did not have the energy to pay attention to this, because after discovering that a relatively stable narrow space channel had formed here, solving its threat had become the first thing that the witches must consider. If it was a stable space channel, then the demons could come to the material plane again at any time. This place could no longer be sealed by spells, and it might need to be heavily guarded by Mordor City. Do we need to station an army here? Gloria frowned and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she remembered Saruman, who was controlling plants on the city wall. She could not help but order the people around her. Ask Wizard Saruman to come over immediately. Saruman came quickly. After seeing Gloria's figure, he bowed slightly to show respect. As a wizard, his strength was not very strong. Even with the help of a large number of resources in Mordor City, he had just entered the ranks of the higher grade, and it was a long accumulation of breakthrough. Gloria did not waste time, but asked directly, "Can the plants you study be planted here?" Planted here? Saruman was a little stunned when he heard the words. Then he looked around and soon found the space crack. Suddenly, he understood what Gloria meant. Saruman walked into the valley. He reached out and picked up the soil on the ground. After a little observation, he even put in his mouth and then said, "It should be possible, but a little fertilizer needs to be added regularly. The soil here is not enough nutrients." Gloria nodded with satisfaction and said slowly, "Don't worry about the fertilizer. There are enough nutrients to support them." Man-eating plants. In the battle just now, Saruman had used the mutant plants he studied to prove their combat effectiveness. Now Gloria wanted to use them as the first line of defense against the attack of the demons. If these dangerous plants were planted in the vicinity, then the demons who entered through the space crack would be seriously attacked. This would greatly reduce the burden on Mordor City. Even if there were more powerful demons, she could rely on spell traps to find them. Use mutant plants to deal with them? That's a good idea. The high priest nodded in agreement. However, Fallen Witch next to him did not pay attention to this. Instead, she had been silently looking at the space crack, seemingly curious about the bottomless abyss. The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. There were not many spoils of war on the demons, but there were always some things on them that had not been seen in the material plane. There may be some strange natural crystals left beside the bodies of the demons, which were condensed by the power of their souls after they died. Although they had flesh and blood, the essence of the demons was still the distortion of the soul. The law of the bottomless abyss was different from the law of the material plane. Humans could not absorb the power of their own kind like demons, so after they died, they may directly drop relatively low purity soul crystals. Under normal circumstances, only spiritual creatures could drop them in the material plane. Chapter 705. Maybe it was because she had been with Soren for a long time, Gloria was also more aggressive in her way of doing things. On the same day, she ordered Saruman to plant a large number of mutant man-eating plants near the valley, and then gathered the labor force in the nearby towns to build a large military camp outside. An elite legion of Mordor City would be stationed here, and it would also be the front line to defend against the attack of the bottomless abyss. The sudden attack of the demons made Mordor City panic, but Soren had already made arrangements for this kind of thing before he left. So soon, other news began to spread in Mordor City. The demons are about to attack our world. The news spread throughout the city of Mordor at an amazing speed, and then other news quickly spread to the port area. First of all, not only Mordor City was attacked by the demons, but other places on the continent were also attacked by the demons. The farther places were not clear, but a medium-sized town near the City of Wealth seemed to be called Roland Town or something. It had been completely destroyed by the sudden attack of the demons. Not only Roland Town, which was close to the City of Wealth, but there were also towns near Shipwreck Bay and Port Tylon that were attacked by demons. But unlike Mordor City, their losses were very heavy, and there were almost no survivors. They had to wait until other places responded, and under the mobilization of many churches, nobles, organizations, and so on, these demons were fully eliminated. In contrast, the loss of Mordor City was negligible. The most serious one was Roland Town, which had a population of more than 10,000, and only a few hundred people escaped. Now, it was still a wasteland, and the Church of Wealth launched a cleanup against the demons. But unfortunately, a Baylor had descended there, so the land had not been recaptured so far. The Baylor had already made it his base camp in the material plane. Recent intelligence showed that the Baylor seemed to have opened the portal to the abyss, and a steady stream of low-level demons were descending. The Baylor was a demon close to the Lord level. If it really intended to cause trouble in the material plane, it would not be difficult to catch thousands of demon cannon fodder from the bottomless abyss. In order to defeat the powerful Baylor, the Chosen of the Church of Wealth was probably needed. High-grade Chosen could also enter the saint form. Soren didn't want to waste his divinity, so he didn't give much divinity to his only Chosen, the half-elf girl. If he gave enough divinity and divine power, he would be able to cultivate a saint-level Chosen. As soon as the news circulated, the panic caused by the demon invasion seemed to have lessened a lot, and it was replaced by a more active state of preparation for war. Oh, it turned out that Mordor City was not the only city that was attacked by demons. It turned out that other places were also being attacked by the demons. Our losses will be much lower. Not only was the attack of the demons completely defeated, the civilians were basically unharmed. Oh, no wonder Sir Soren had suddenly ordered them to prepare for battle. It turned out that the Great Sir had already foreseen this situation. With Sir Soren's foresight, he should be able to survive this crisis, right? Oh, I heard that the mainland has suffered heavy losses. Like I said, how can the nobles of those places be comparable to Mordor City? If they were attacked by demons, it would be strange if they did not suffer heavy losses. I heard that the City Hall is enacting a conscription law. Should we sign up as well? People's thoughts were just that interesting. If only Mordor City was attacked by demons, perhaps Mordor City would enter a period of decline all of a sudden. Many merchants and civilians might choose to escape from here. But after knowing that not only Mordor City was attacked by demons, but other places were also attacked by demons, and the losses were much more serious than Mordor City, these people fell silent all of a sudden. Not only did the population of Mordor City not leave, but many merchants also quietly transferred their property to Mordor City. Chaos was coming. Before the outbreak of the chaos, people with a little foresight realized that only strong enough force could guarantee the safety of their lives and property. Therefore, during this period of time, many merchants from other places tried to bribe, donate, and befriend officials, hoping to get a household registration in Mordor City, and then transfer their property here legitimately. The first phase of the census of Mordor City had ended, and the population with official citizenship was less than 56,000 people. Although the real population of Mordor City had reached more than 100,000 people, the other people in Mordor City could only be regarded as floating outsiders, the native or mainland slave class, and the unregistered residents who sneaked in to make a living. Soren did not intend to expand the size of the citizen class because the rights of the citizen class also represented obligations. At least now, those who could obtain citizenship were people with skills. Soren's Iron Fist rule maintained a firm order in Mordor City. The attack of the demons only made the atmosphere of the many elite legions, who had no opponents for a while, tense up. The Knights of Mordor City had finally made a name for themselves. In the tavern, people could often be seen bragging about their battles with the demons. The other legions who were secretly competing with each other did not have time to participate in the battle, but many people were eager to have a chance to fight, and then tell those bragging cavalries that defeating the demons was nothing. If you can do it, I can do it too. The factions in Mordor City had been formed, and a lot of things had happened secretly. Because of Soren's strong rule, there was no excessive struggle. This kind of thing was also not allowed. Otherwise, Soren would not mind carrying out another big purge. Many pirate leaders were very clear about Soren's cruel means. At the same time, it was finally time for Soren, who was thousands of kilometers away from the mainland, to leave. A lot of things happen these days with the goddess of magic. Some things could not be explained in detail, and even some secret things could not be mentioned. The world of the gods was full of unknown mysteries. For some secrets, Soren directly communicated with the goddess of magic through his mind, and he did not even use a word of language. After they left the misty forest, they headed for the City of Knowledge, which was the territory of the god of knowledge and had the largest library in the material plane. They stayed here for 3 days, and then Soren and the goddess of magic left, while Ildi stayed here alone to look up some important information. Ildi's had been in a bad mood recently. Since leaving the misty forest, he felt that he had become estranged from the Midnight Lady. Although she might be a little mean, it seemed that he was no longer of much use to the Midnight Lady. The calm legendary witch's attitude toward him suddenly became a lot colder. Although she would still give him advice, Ildes found that the Midnight Lady rarely smiled at him. On the contrary, when facing Wizard Sony, Soren's alias, the number of times she smiled became more and more. He felt as if he had been marginalized. Several times, he vaguely noticed that Wizard Sony was discussing something important with the Midnight Lady. They stopped immediately after seeing him, but there was still eye contact. This discovery made him feel extremely depressed, and he inexplicably felt that he had lost something very important. However, fortunately, his strength had recently improved by leaps and bounds, and he was about to reach the edge of the legendary wizard. At the same time, he also got the news of the artifact, Mage's Staff. Ildes felt that if he entered the realm of legends, he might be able to regain the favor of the Midnight Lady. In his opinion, although the Midnight Lady's strength was unfathomable, she should still be in the realm of legendary spellcasters. If he also entered the realm of legends, they would be in a relatively equal position, and he might be able to pursue the Midnight Lady legitimately. The Midnight Lady was not only mysterious, but also beautiful. Ildes himself did not know why, but he felt that he should have a closer relationship with her. Unfortunately, this idea was thwarted after coming to the Knowledge City, because Ildes accidentally found out that the Midnight Lady entered Wizard Sony's room in the middle of the night, and then only came out in the early morning of the next day. This discovery made Ildes feel as if he was struck by lightning, and his whole body was stunned for a long time before he returned to his room in frustration. Until now, he did not understand why Wizard Sony suddenly became so close to the Midnight Lady. Was it because of what happened in the Misty Forest? Ildes did not know. He did not even know what the Midnight Lady did in Wizard Sony's room for a night, but he could see that the magic power of Wizard Sony was getting stronger and stronger. Without a doubt, at the same time, when he was receiving guidance from the Midnight Lady, Wizard Sony also received a lot of benefits from the Midnight Lady. Those benefits were indescribable with words. Occasionally, when Wizard Sony cast a spell, Ildes even felt that Wizard Sony's skill and understanding of magic was even higher than his, even though Wizard Sony did not even seem to have touched the door of a legendary wizard. Ildes was very depressed, but after all, he was not a person who was easily frustrated. So after the two of them left, he immediately put all his energy into the research of spells. Before the Midnight Lady left, he received a secret knowledge about the Knowledge City. If he could successfully master it, he would definitely enter the realm of legends. Before the Midnight Lady left, she also entrusted him with a task. Ildes felt that if he could complete it, he might be able to gain a lot of favor from the Midnight Lady. Maybe he could take this opportunity to go one step further, because the more he communicated with the Midnight Lady, the more thorough his understanding of the weave would be. Sometimes, Ildes even suspected that the Midnight Lady was a high-grade legendary spellcaster like the Eye of the North. Such a person, even in the Wizard City, she had an absolutely high status, and it would be very beneficial for his future. As for what Soren got from the Midnight Lady, it was a secret that could not be said. Chapter 706. In the depths of the multiverse, a spot of light suddenly appeared in the seemingly endless belt of light in the astral plane. Compared to the twinkling stars, this spot of light was so insignificant. However, when this light gradually turned into the shape of a door, the entire multiverse underwent a miraculous change. The door was like a line that instantly connected the many layers of the multiverse, from the Garden of Eden to the Abyss, Hell, and Azura. It was as if the door had opened a boundary, connecting most of the dimensions of the multiverse. Finally out, a figure shrouded in a pitch-black robe walked out of the door. He possessed a terrifying amount of magic power that caused the space around him to be drawn, forming an astonishing energy vortex. The figure slowly stretched out his hand, revealing his pale finger bones. On his hand, there were gemstone rings of inestimable value. There were no flesh and blood on his finger bones. This was a lich, and a very powerful one at that. The lich stood in the void of the astral plane as if he hadn't seen everything in front of him for a long time. After a long time, he slowly spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. The Lady of Pain has finally opened the door. I wonder what the world has become. A strong energy wave emerged. The lich stood in the void and seemed to be startled. Then he muttered, "This energy wave is familiar. Oh no, it's the group of people from All is 3. Let's leave first." The light of a teleportation spell emerged. The lich's figure quickly disappeared in the astral plane. Then, 3 figures wearing the same robes appeared in the door. The leader was an old man who appeared to be very old. After appearing in the astral plane, he was also stunned for a while. Then, he shook his head and said, "Praise the Lady of Pain. We can finally leave that damn place, Sigil City. How many years has it been? The Lady of Pain has finally reopened the door to Sigil City." The material plane. Soren's figure appeared in the sky, tens of thousands of meters above. As a deity, he had a unique perception that allowed him to explore the multiverse. At that moment, he felt as if a door had opened in the laws of the multiverse. Unexplainable doors. The gate had a certain ability that was beyond his understanding. It connected various places in the multiverse in a way that even the gods could not detect. Whether it was Mountain Paradise in the upper plane or Azura in the lower plane, the gate was like a line that passed through many planes and left many interconnected gates on the line. Sigil City. Soren stared at the endless starry sky, as if he had seen something that mortals could not see. There is only one place in the entire multiverse that could connect all levels, and that was the legendary Sigil City. Its existence had been sealed off for a long time. The ruler of Sigil City, the Lady of Pain, had sealed off this space until today, when the Avatar crisis broke out. This place that had been sealed for a long time reappeared in the multiverse. Sigil City was a door. It could lead to all planes, but the Lady of Pain refused to allow the gods to visit. Over the long years, Sigil had always been a special domain that the gods could not interfere with. It was almost the same as before, when Soren sensed that the door was about to open. She refused Soren's request. Soren sensed a very powerful consciousness. It was the legendary Lady of Pain, the absolute ruler of Sigil City, the embodiment of pain that could not be guessed or tracked. She had enough power to rival the gods and even surpass them. The Lady of Pain still refused to open the door for the gods, which meant that no gods could enter Sigil City. However, Soren knew that this was only temporary, because with the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the rules of Sigil City were also changing. The gods could not enter. But when the outbreak of the Avatar crisis reached a certain critical point, the saints could enter this special place. What's wrong? Under the quiet night sky, Gloria's figure appeared next to Soren. She could not understand why Soren suddenly teleported to a high altitude, so she quickly caught up with him. Soren did not tell anyone about the goddess of magic. There were too many prophecy spells in this world, and some mysteries had power that even the gods could not understand. There were some things that Soren could never say, because the words that were said could be discovered. There was no lack of powerful gods among the enemies of the goddess of magic. When facing such an enemy, it was not too much to be careful. "It's nothing." Soren shook his head gently, then reached out and hugged Gloria beside him. The two of them fell to the ground, and he said slowly, "The door of Sigil City has been opened." Sigil City? Gloria was startled when she heard this. As a legendary northern witch, She certainly knew what Sigil City represented. So when she learned that Sigil City had been opened, she was naturally surprised. This was a door that connected to the multiverse, a space that was independent of the gods' kingdoms and many planes. For spellcasters, it was a shortcut to travel between planes. The opening of Sigil City meant that the difficulty of cross-plane exploration was greatly reduced. This was a transit station of the multiverse. Everything that was supposed to happen still happened. The deduction of history did not seem to be much different from what Soren remembered. After all, some major events were not something he could shake. As a new god, Soren could only change everything from some small aspects first, in hopes that the future would not be so tragic. There were still 2.5 months before the fall of the goddess of magic. Soren left Motor City this time and did a lot of things and even paid some price. He was not sure if he could change the direction of history, so he could only leave everything to time. The direct confrontation between powerful gods was not something he could participate in now, so Soren chose to temporarily separate from the goddess of magic and return to Motor City. Wanting to change did not mean that he had to die. If the existence that secretly hoped for the death of the goddess of magic was really one of the gods that Soren guessed, he would only be easily crushed if he rashly got involved in the battle with the goddess of magic. Lesser divine power. Although Soren's power was much stronger than before, it was still not enough to fight against existences like the Lady of the Night, the Queen of Spiders, and the Lord of Light. He knew what was likely to happen next, but he could not get involved. If the gods with great divine power broke out in a head-on battle in the material plane, a weak god like him might be regarded as an eyesore and easily erased. There was only so much Soren could do for them. The next step was up to the goddess of magic herself. Only those who stood at the top of the gods were qualified to intervene in some level of struggle. What he had to do now was to continue to accumulate his power. Chapter 707. The Shadow Plane. A huge silver-white ring was placed on the ground, surrounded by countless strange runes. A staircase was paved with white marble, and in the middle was a laboratory that Gloria had set up in the Shadow Plane. At this time, Gloria and the Fallen, which were standing on both sides of the ring. The two legendary witches floated in the air, and their bodies were surrounded by powerful magic. Soren's position was at the periphery, and his whole body was shrouded in a divine light. At first glance, mortals couldn't help but want to worship him. His divine power was being consumed slightly. It had been a week since Soren returned. Because he had consumed a lot of divine power while helping the goddess of magic, he had been quietly accumulating power during this time, wanting to master the divine spark ability, space change, as soon as possible. However, what he had to do today was more important. Even if Soren didn't have enough divine power, he had to be present to help the two legendary witches. It's about to begin. Gloria's voice was directly transmitted to Soren's mind. She said seriously, "If anything goes wrong later, immediately open a divine barrier and cut off the energy connection of the floating ring. Mother, and I don't have enough energy to pay attention to other things while maintaining the floating ring. I'll leave everything to you." Soren's expression was quite serious. He nodded slightly and said, "It's fine. Just do it. I'll be here. Nothing will go wrong." Hearing Soren's words, Gloria's expression couldn't help but relax a little. She slowly said, "Okay, let's begin." As the arcane runes on the silver-white floating ring lit up one by one, two powerful magic began to madly converge, and then formed a substantial energy vortex. Then it began to be injected into the ground under their feet, and through a strange runic circuit, it was transmitted to the large floating ring in the center. Buzz! An inexplicable resonance began, and the surrounding ground suddenly trembled violently. Crack! A series of cracking sounds could be heard. Under the effect of the enormous magic power, the ground under Soren's feet seemed to have experienced a violent earthquake. Following that, the ground around them started to crack. With Gloria and the Fallen, which as the center, the ground within 100 meters of them formed oval-shaped cracks. The solid rocks gradually cracked, and the ground seemed to have been forcibly uprooted by some kind of powerful force. Gravity began to distort. Every plane had different gravitational influences, but the laws of gravity in the multiverse were not determined by matter like in his previous life. Instead, they were determined by the degree of connection between the plane and the Earth elemental plane. For most legendary adepts, or the kingdoms of gods, gravity was something that they could control when they created it. Change the structure of the plane, change the space of the plane, and change the connection between the planes. The creation of a half-plane determined the things that the creator needed to control, including gravity, air, plane barrier, atmosphere, and so on. The scattered stones in the surroundings strangely floated up. At this time, the gravity in the vicinity of the floating ring had been completely distorted. Some things were strangely suspended in midair, and the huge force had caused the nearby space to have a resonance effect. If there was even the slightest abnormality, something very dangerous could happen. Energy transfer complete. The figure of the Thaling experiment ET-1 floated out of the central laboratory. Because the gravity was temporarily distorted, as an experimental Thaling, its strength was not enough. It now looked like it was floating in the astral plane. But at this moment, it still did its job dutifully. It said in a cold, mechanical voice, "The floating ring is operating normally. The current operating speed is 60%. The experimental effect is expected to be achieved after the operating speed reaches 80%. Rumble. The surrounding ground completely cracked, with Gloria and the Fallen, which transmitting their magic power at the same time. The ground within a diameter of 150 meters with the laboratory as the center was completely split from the surface. Then, it slowly rose into the air under the distorted gravity. The process was quite slow, but with the operation of the floating ring, the separated ground floated to a height of about 10 meters. It looked like a floating island. It's a success. Soren's expression couldn't help but become excited. The light of divinity shrouded the surroundings. Although his magic power was not as good as the two legendary witches, his divine power could replace most of the power of the mortal world when needed. Energy transfer is stable. Start recording the progress of the experiment. Calculating the power of the floating ring. A red light appeared. Thaling experiment number 1's gemstone eyes shot out a ray of light. It looked like a scanning ray from the future era. This was a very advanced detection spell, knowledge from the alchemy books of the Wizard Tower. Gloria's face was slightly pale. Fallen Witch's condition was not very good at the moment. The energy required to test a large floating ring was difficult for even a legendary witch to bear. But before they mastered the energy device technology of the Arcane Empire, they could only use this method to test the recently completed research of the floating ring. At this time, the alchemy laboratory and the surrounding land had been completely lifted. The weight could not be calculated for the time being, but judging by the naked eye, it was definitely more than 100,000 tons. Because it was only a preliminary test, they did not go too deep into the ground when they split the surface. If they wanted to lift the deeper layers of rock, then the power of the floating ring would be a lot higher. Time passed by minute. The power of the floating ring became more and more powerful. When the energy transfer reached a critical point, Gloria and Fallen, which stopped the energy transfer at the same time. Then, the arcane runes near the laboratory faded one by one, and finally, in a strange way, they were suspended about 10 meters in the air. Soren's power was crazily outputting. The light of divinity shrouded this space. Gloria and Fallen Witch, who had stopped the energy transfer, did not stay idle. Instead, they quickly descended around the floating ring. The hand of magic controlled alchemy devices in the air and buried them into the ground at an amazing speed. These alchemy devices looked very similar to the energy transmission devices of the demiplane golem factory. They arranged the magic circuit in a way that ordinary people could not understand, and finally connected the 6 energy nodes on the large floating ring. The magic circuit is complete. Start the last step of the test. Synchronizing data calculation. The cold mechanical voice echoed. Gloria was a little relieved, and then a little nervous, looked at Fallen Witch, and then nodded to Soren outside. Holy form. Soren's figure seemed to be magnified in an instant. He looked like a human figure emitting holy light, in the process of accelerating the consumption of his divine power. When the energy operation broke through the limit, he suddenly withdrew all his power. Buzz. The land suspended in midair suddenly shook, and then fell sharply. However, at this time, the magic circuit was also instantly lit up. After falling about 5 meters, the small floating island gradually rose and finally stabilized at a position about 20 meters above the ground. It worked. Gloria's face was full of excitement, and Fallen Witch also hugged her excitedly. Finally, it worked. After spending a lot of energy and effort, they finally completed the research of the large floating ring. The energy consumed by the floating city would be greatly reduced when maintaining the floating state, because many runes have been solidified on it. If the energy needed was too large, even the alchemy technology of the Arcane Empire could not maintain it. There were many aspects of the floating city's energy consumption, and the Arcanists were not so paranoid as to spend most of their energy on maintaining the floating state of the city. It looks like it's a success. Soren was also a little relieved at this time, but then frowned and murmured, "But it's still a little small. Is the power of a large floating ring only able to maintain this level of operation? A land with a diameter of 150 meters. If it was used as a standard for a house, then this area was really not small. But if it was used as a standard for a city, this area was really nothing." The floating city of the Arcane Empire was a real city, not like the one in the Silver Age, which was only the size of a dozen castles. Any recorded floating city had an area of more than 10 kilometers, which was equivalent to raising all the land from the city of Moder to the port area into the air. A large floating ring had exhausted the strange silver-white metal obtained from the Wizard Tower. If they really wanted to raise a city into the air, then at least hundreds of such large floating rings would be needed. This was simply not a task that could be done by individual strength. Floating successful. The elemental pool is working properly. Record the results of the experiment. With the stable operation of the floating ring, the floating stones distorted by gravity also fell to the ground. There was no abnormality with the energy transmission device. The elemental pool arranged by Gloria was enough to maintain the floating land. As for making it fly and move, I'm afraid it's another academic problem. I'm going to use this place as the basis for half-bit wall research. Gloria's figure came to Soren's side. At the moment, she smiled and seemed to be in a good mood. She whispered, "The floating ring needs energy to maintain. With the energy of the elemental pool, I want to try to open up a half-bit wall space directly." Half-bit wall. This was a field that only wizards who had entered the legendary realm could dabble in. No half-bit wall was born out of thin air. As the core of the half-bit wall, the elemental pool was connected to the wind, water, fire, and earth elemental planes. The birth of a half-bit wall was like playing a game of creating a world. The proportion of any element needed to be studied and calculated. After building the material foundation, the creator also needed to connect the energy sources of the upper and lower planes. It was not very difficult to create a half-bit wall, but it was quite difficult to create a half-bit wall that could allow living people to survive. The half-bit wall of the Northern Witch Council could only be regarded as a dead place. Even the air in that half-bit wall was very thin. A top large half-bit wall was already like a divine kingdom, allowing other races to live in it. Chapter 708. The energy is not enough. The figure of the fallen, which appeared beside the two of them. Although the test of the large floating ring seemed to be successful, Karina's expression was not very satisfied. She had always had a strong obsession with the alchemy knowledge of the Arcane Empire and the floating city. Today's test of the large floating ring was completed entirely by laborious energy consumption, which was not satisfactory for her, who had conducted research on elemental fission. Without the core knowledge of the arcane empire, the energy of the elemental pool could only maintain the floating research. Fallen Witch glanced at Soren, hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, "The energy of the elemental pool is not enough. Maintaining the levitation of this land is already the limit of the elemental pool. If we want to conduct more in-depth research on the floating city, we must find a way to provide more energy." Fallen Witch hesitated for a moment. She could not help but look at Gloria next to her with a little guilty conscience. She seemed to care about her daughter's attitude, but the pursuit in her heart made her speak out. She said with a little frustration in her heart, "Soren, I want to conduct another research experiment on elemental fission. Nature's bane, the destroyer of nature." This was the result of Fallen Witch's research. For this reason, she was wanted by the Drool Order, forcing the senior members of the Northern Witch Council to banish her to Whiterun. To be honest, Fallen Witch did not feel very good in her heart. However, as a top wizard, she had a lot in common with the scientists in her previous life. She had always hoped that she could have another chance to conduct research, but reality did not give her any chance at all. Soren was silent. Gloria could not help but be silent. The silence of the two made Fallen Witch's expression suddenly become very lost. It seemed that she did not know what to say for a while. Elemental fission research. This thing was similar to atomic bomb research, but it was probably more dangerous than this. At the beginning, the research work of the Fallen Witches was supported by the Northern Witch Council. In order to carry out this research, the Northern Witch Council provided a lot of materials and manpower. The cost of this thing would not be much less than the Manhattan Project. With the current financial resources of Mordor City, it would inevitably be a very heavy burden. Most importantly, the elemental fission in this world was caused by direct energy. If an accident were to occur, it would be too uncontrollable. It could be equivalent to an atomic bomb explosion. Back then, the disaster caused by the Fallen, which was a terrifying explosion, it seemed like there was no chance. Soren and Gloria's silence made the Fallen Witch smile bitterly. She turned around and was about to leave when Soren suddenly spoke. "Wait a minute." Soren's expression was solemn, and he seemed to be hesitating. After a while, he said slowly, "Let me think about it. How about I give you an answer later?" Was there a chance? The Fallen Witch's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise, and Gloria could not help but look at Soren in shock. It seemed that she wanted to say something. To be honest, even if the Fallen Witch was her mother, she did not agree with the other party to carry out such a dangerous research. Soren seemed to have an answer in his heart. He looked at the Fallen Witch in front of him and said in a deep voice, "I have something to deal with in 2 days. If there are no accidents, I should be able to give you an answer when I come back." The Battle of Golems. According to the timeline, the Battle of Golems should be about to break out. This was mentioned a long time ago, including the legendary Blade Master who appeared in this battle. The reason why Soren agreed to the Fallen Witch's research was also related to this battle. As everyone knew, the material plane still retained a small number of relics left from the Arcane Empire, and the outbreak of the Battle of Golems was related to these ancient relics. In the Battle of Golems, a large number of golems left from the Arcane Empire appeared. These golems that had been silent for a long time were all activated, which must require a very large energy supply device. The intensity of the Battle of Golems was no less than a war between kingdoms. To be able to supply the energy consumption of so many golems, Soren was very suspicious that there was a relatively complete energy supply system left from the Arcane Empire in the depths of the ruins where the Battle of Golems broke out. There were only a few dozen golems in the city of Mordor, but thousands of golems were activated in the Battle of Golems. There is a huge difference in energy between the two. The energy consumption of maintaining the golems would not be lower than that of the infantry armor in the Star Age. The elemental pool of Mordor could only supply a few dozen golems. It could be understood as a power station, but the Battle of Golems was equivalent to an armored infantry legion. If they could gain something in the Battle of Golems, Soren would agree to the research work of the Fallen Witch. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Gloria had undoubtedly become a person of action. The day after the elemental pool was relatively stable, she began to prepare for the construction of the half-bit wall. Creating a half-bit wall required a high level of basic knowledge. For example, knowledge, plane, knowledge, space, knowledge elements, and so on. Under normal circumstances, at least 500 points of knowledge were needed to meet the requirements of creating a half-bit wall. Soren's knowledge was not enough. As a god, his knowledge was not as good as that of a legendary witch. It was a bit shameful to say it out loud. But Soren was now studying and mastering the ability of the divine personality, space change. So when Gloria was preparing to create the half-bit wall, he could still play a great role. The core part of the half-bit wall was naturally the elemental pool. Gloria had already completed this part, so what she needed to do next was to open up a small dimensional space crack. It was a deep darkness. There was almost no light in the surroundings, and only some silver-white halos could be vaguely seen at the farthest distance. Gloria's figure stood in the void. This was the dimensional space crack that she opened up. It was an unstable space that could disappear at any time. What she needed to do next was to connect it to the elemental pool that she had built, and then rely on the energy of the 4 elemental planes to stabilize this dimensional space. A divine radiance emerged. Soren's figure also appeared in this small dimensional space. He looked around a little, then nodded to Gloria and said, "Let's begin. Earth elemental plane, fire elemental plane, wind elemental plane, water elemental plane." In the deep, dark void beneath their feet, the energy radiance representing the 4 elemental planes gradually emerged. Traces of elemental power were extracted from the 4 elemental planes and injected into this narrow space. In an instant, Soren felt a heavy force. This was the gravity formed by the connection to the Earth elemental plane. It was not the gravity of the half-bit wall, but the gravity transmitted from the Earth elemental plane. Then there was a trace of scorching temperature. The temperature inside the newly formed dimensional space was quite low, basically not much different from the astral plane. For ordinary people, entering it was like entering space. That was to say, with their strength, there was no impact at all. Ordinary people would have died a long time ago. Then there was a faint breeze. Thin air began to appear in this narrow space. At this time, Soren could already disperse the divine shield on his body. Those professions below the legendary level could also temporarily move around in this space. Finally, there was a trace of warm water vapor. As the half-bit wall and the 4 elemental planes completed the connection, a very thin, film-like barrier began to appear at the edge of the space under the influence of the power of the laws of the multiverse. Plane barrier. A planar barrier that couldn't be more fragile took shape. 15 meters in diameter. Soren scanned with his perception and determined the size of the half-bit wall. With the strength of the legendary, which Gloria, she could only create such a large space at the beginning. Now it could not be called a half-bit wall. It could only be said to be a very small extra-dimensional space. Of course, if a god wanted to create a divine kingdom, then it must be much, much bigger than this. This space needed to be expanded little by little. The half-bit wall controlled by the Northern Witch Council had been nurtured for hundreds of thousands of years. Under normal circumstances, Gloria wouldn't be able to create a decent demiplane without decades of time. But who told her man to be a god? Saint form. Soren's figure turned into a tall figure emitting golden light in an instant. With the power of divinity enveloping this narrow space, the speed at which the elemental pool extracted energy began to increase rapidly, and this dimensional space, which was only 15 meters in diameter, was also constantly expanding. What gods mastered was the power of the laws. Creating a divine kingdom was the basic ability of every god. This was the gap in the level of the laws, which could not be matched by pure power. His divine power was constantly being consumed, but the space of the half-bit wall was constantly getting bigger. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. When Soren stopped consuming his divine power, this dimensional space had been expanded 20 times, reaching a diameter of about 300 meters. However, Soren still did not seem to be satisfied with this. I can only open up such a large space. Soren rested for a moment and then said, I must leave a part of my divine power to construct this bit wall. So, let's start with creating land. His divine power was still not enough. Soren had regarded this as an exercise to create a divine kingdom at the moment. Creating a half-bit wall was like a child playing with mud. It did not matter whether it was suitable for human survival or not. But if it was a divine kingdom, then it must not be so casual. Connect to the elemental plane of Earth. With the continuous infusion of Soren's divine power, the elemental pool under the void suddenly began to run wildly. The connection channel representing the elemental plane of Earth suddenly covered the other elemental planes. With a huge amount of elemental energy being introduced into the half-bit wall, a tiny dust suddenly appeared in the void under the two people's feet. Chapter 709. A very inconspicuous speck of dust. But it was the beginning of the entire half-bit wall. As Soren extracted more and more energy from the elemental plane of Earth, a rock structure gradually appeared under the two people's feet. The process of forming the Earth was not slow. Although it was only inside a very narrow space, there was a spectacular and shocking feeling of creating a world. The kingdoms created by the gods were all energy extracted from the elemental plane because no god, not even the existence of a great divine power, could gather such a huge amount of power completely by themselves. This was an application of the energy of the multiverse. As gods who mastered the power of the laws, they could easily control all this. But if it was done by a legendary wizard, the time and energy needed to be spent would be many times more. Matter and energy. It was difficult to explain clearly in a few words, but in short, all planes relied on the foundation of the four elemental planes. The half-bit wall would grow. The half-bit walls in the multiverse today were all extracting the power of the four elemental planes little by little over a long period of time, and then expanding to the current scale. The power of the four elemental planes was almost endless. The mysteries contained the deepest secrets of the multiverse. Even the high and mighty gods could not figure out the rules behind it. Rock. Soren did not let the land cover the entire half-bit wall. He only covered part of it. The half-bit wall needed to form a balance. Connect to the fire elemental plane. The power of fire in the elemental pool began to expand rapidly, and soon replaced the connecting channel of the elemental plane of Earth. Under the thick rock layer, the power of the fire element became stronger and stronger. When it reached a certain critical point, magma began to appear under the surface. The temperature of the half-bit wall began to rise rapidly, from extremely cold below zero to about 10 degrees. The energy of the fire elemental plane could not be completely formed for the time being. After all, the half-bit wall was not a complete plane space. Only by relying on the automatic operation of the elemental pool could the magma be formed stably inside the half-bit wall. If the channel of the fire element was cut off, the magma would cool down quickly. There were many things to consider when creating a half-bit wall. The energy of the elemental plane of Earth was too heavy, and the gravity of the half-bit wall would be greatly increased. There were many spaces in the multiverse that had a serious gravitational influence. In some levels of the abyss, the gravity was even more than 10 times that of a material plane. This was because the plane of the abyss had been deflected when it was formed. This meant that the energy of the Earth elemental plane had completely suppressed the other planes. The gravity is almost there. The temperature is about right. Soren sensed the changes in the demiplane, then nodded at Gloria and began to connect to the wind elemental plane. Air. The power of the wind. The thin air inside the half-plane gradually filled up along with the elemental channel. The power of the wind elemental plane was very important to the entire half-plane. Whether other creatures could survive in the half-plane depended on the creator's understanding of the wind elemental domain. This was really a top student-level mission. There had been many legendary adepts who had been able to create pseudoplanes since ancient times, but there were very few adepts who had been able to turn their pseudoplanes into living spaces for other species. This was because the Creator's understanding of the world was taken into consideration. This was the same even for gods. Some gods' kingdoms were very beautiful, but some gods' kingdoms were very barren. The knowledge of gods was also limited. Although some gods tried to imitate the runes of material planes to create divine kingdoms, because of the difference in their own power, the divine kingdoms created in the end were very different. The transformation of divine kingdoms was an extremely large project. In addition to collecting faith, most gods were thinking about how to build their own divine kingdoms. In other words, it was the ideal kingdom that the gods hoped for. Connect to the water elemental plane. A trace of water vapor appeared in this narrow half-plane. Under the guidance of Soren's divine power, the uneven ground gradually converged into a pool. Earth, water, fire, air. The connection between the half-plane and the 4 elemental planes had been formed. With the constant operation of the elemental pool, the energy from the 4 elemental planes would gradually flow into this half-plane. This process was quite slow. The Earth would grow at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Perhaps after a year, the land area here would expand by 1 or 2 meters, and then the other 3 elements would also increase. The expansion of the half-plane required the efforts of the Creator himself. By strengthening the size of the elemental pool, guiding his own power, or even directly transferring things from other planes and so on, this small space would constantly grow and change. When the power of the 4 elements reached a critical point, the Creator would have to plan this space. One was artificial transformation, such as where the water flow should start, the size of the lakes and oceans, how the nutrients of the land should be suitable for the growth of plants, whether the changes in the monsoon and weather were necessary, and what the difference in temperature between the north and south of the half-plane should be, and so on. Most creators let it change on its own, only occasionally guiding it when needed. Therefore, some spaces had very high gravity, some spaces had very low temperature, some spaces were full of wind and sand, and some spaces simply turned into a sea of fire. Soren had been to a half-plane that was completely a sea of fire, and magma could be seen flowing everywhere on the ground. Now it depends on what you're going to do here. Soren took back his divine power. He just helped Gloria to open up the connection between the 4 elemental planes and lay the foundation for this half-plane space. How to build it depended on Gloria's own ideas. It should have more life, aura. Gloria's figure floated in the air. As the half-plane space she opened up, she had her own power of law, a kind of ability to control the entire space. This half-plane was her home ground. The elemental pool slowly rotated, like a whirlpool constantly drawing energy from the 4 elemental planes. The part that represented earth and water was obviously higher than the part that represented wind and fire. Gloria seemed to have her own understanding of the structure of the world. If this continues, there will be more and more water in this half-plane, and the land will gradually increase. Soren didn't say anything at this moment. The power of a single element was one-sided, just like how earth and fire could form magma, and the collision of cold and heat could form a monsoon. The power of any space didn't exist alone. The 4 elemental planes also had other elements, but they had their own home ground. In the corresponding elemental plane, the energy of the home ground element completely crushed the other elements. Mortals couldn't move at all when they entered the earth elemental plane because of the supergravity. They could be quickly burned to ashes when they entered the fire elemental plane. It was almost impossible to find land when they entered the wind elemental plane, and they could only rely on swimming when they entered the water elemental plane. The material plane was a flat surface. Soren had discovered this a long time ago. The material plane was a huge flat surface. It wasn't a planet. If one looked at the material plane from the perspective of a god, everything was completely different from his previous life, including the huge passage at the bottom of the material plane that connected the 4 elemental planes. Since Soren became a god, he had been guessing who created the material plane. This was an incredible world. Chapter 710. The creation of a half-plane was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. After stabilizing the connection between the four elemental planes, Soren and Gloria returned to Motor City. At present, this half-plane did not have much use, and Gloria could only use it as a storage space. Only when it was built to the level of a dimensional fortress could a half-plane really play a great role. Many legendary wizards did not choose to stay in the material plane. Instead, they built their demi-plane into a gigantic sphere of another dimension and traveled through the endless multiverse. Speaking of this matter, Soren remembered an important piece of information that had recently been sent back from the Southern Wizard Alliance. The time was about 3 days ago. All of a sudden, a strange vibration occurred in the South Wizard City. Then, a huge spherical building suddenly appeared near the northwest city wall of the Wizard City. A great wizard from 300 years ago had returned to the material plane. Because Motor City's penetration into the Wizard City was still relatively weak, the channels to obtain information were quite limited. Therefore, the information sent to Soren was a bit vague. He could only confirm that it was a huge dimensional fortress. The owner of the fortress was an explorer of the astral world. 300 years ago, he was a great wizard who was in charge of one of the 3 major seats in the Wizard City. After this great wizard entered the realm of advanced legends, he spent his life's wealth to transform his half-bit wall into a huge extra-dimensional fortress. Then, he began his journey in the astral world. Just like that, 300 years had passed. During this period, the Wizard City was completely cut off from the Great Wizard, and no one knew which corner of the astral world this great wizard had wandered to. After all, a half-plane that had been strengthened to the level of a dimensional fortress could be regarded as a small floating city. If necessary, this great wizard could even transfer the dimensional sphere to other planes. If he was not afraid of death, he could directly teleport to a certain level of the abyss. Astral explorers were very powerful beings. The strength of advanced legends could only be said to have reached the threshold of entry, because no one knew how many dangerous enemies they would encounter in the boundless sea of the astral world. There was a small accident when the dimensional sphere was teleported to the Wizard City. It seemed that a part of the half-bit wall had hit the wall of the Wizard City. According to the information obtained by Soren, the entire dimensional sphere was still in a sealed state, and the higher council of the Wizard City could not contact the inside of the half-bit wall. They could not confirm whether the great wizard who traveled in the astral world was still alive and whether there were any abnormalities inside the dimensional space. Over the long years, the strong people born in the material plane had never given up on exploring the endless starry sky. During the battle with the ogres in Whiterun, the two-headed ogre claimed to be the descendant of an explorer of the astral plane. The extra-dimensional sphere hit the Wizard City. Incidents like this rarely happened in history. There was a record of a collision in Anmu a long time ago during the Cataclysm. At the time, the demiplane's master had already fallen, forming an independent demiplane in the city of Anmu. Later on, this demiplane seemed to be destroyed for some reason. The Wizard City now seemed to be preparing to gather people to open the gate of the extra-dimensional fortress, but because of the independence of the half-bit wall, they could not enter it for the time being. Some of the half-bit walls were left with special marks when they were created, and some could only be entered by the direct bloodline of the creator. Regarding this matter, Soren paid some attention to it. A great wizard who had wandered in the astral world for 300 years must have a lot of good things in his half-bit wall. However, without the correct way to open it, even the gods would find it difficult to enter it. Time passed day by day. As the barrier of the plane gradually weakened, the influence of other worlds on the material plane became more and more serious. There seemed to be traces of elemental life in the Frost Kingdom, and a terrible sandstorm had recently blown in the Death Desert. The attacks of the demons in the south never stopped, and the figures of the devils began to appear frequently in the eyes of the world. Compared to the less populated northern areas, the relatively dense population in the south was obviously more likely to attract the attention of the devils and demons. The Avatar crisis was gradually changing the whole world. Even the treasure island had bad news. In the process of mining gold, the miners actually dug out awakened earth elementals from the ground. No one knew how these earth elementals appeared. Fortunately, their number was very small, and only a dozen casualties were caused. There was not much time before the outbreak of the Golem War. The dwarves near Whiterun seemed to have made a big mistake. They dug too deep and actually dug out a sealed baler from the ground. Now, the whole group of Dark Iron dwarves was in Sparta. There was no specific news yet, but it seemed that many dwarves had fled to other places. Calculating the time, it seemed that the dwarves were also going to suffer. This race was not large in the material plane, far less than the halflings who had the protection of the powerful Lord God. It was mentioned before that they had angered a very dangerous black dragon. According to the progress of time, it should be a month or two later. The new year had passed, but it seemed that no one had a good time this year. There was also news from Autumnfall that the orcs and the gnolls, who had temporarily cooperated, seemed to have broken out in fierce conflicts. Eugene, who originally used the power of the gnolls to attack Autumnfall, now had to deal with the crazy attacks of the gnolls. The ghouls were also active in it. For these things, Soren just paid attention and had no interest in intervening. There were too many legendary events that broke out during the Avatar crisis, and he couldn't manage them all. In calculating the progress of time, the God of Light should almost fall. It was probably around March. There was also a group of very powerful gods that fell to the mortal world. They were the God of Light, Greater Divine Power, Yudaha, Halfling Goddess, Greater Divine Power, Moradin, Dwarf God, Greater Divine Power, and so on. It was very interesting. These lords with greater divine power all built their divine kingdoms in the plain of Mountain Paradise. First of all, the God of Light had always been the main god of Mountain Paradise after changing sides. Then Yudaha, the Halfling Goddess, had her divine kingdom in the third layer of Mountain Paradise, via a pearl-colored paradise. The divine kingdom of Moradin, the father of the dwarfs, was on the fourth layer of Mountain Paradise. A place called Soul Furnace was located in the deepest part of the mountain range. It was his kingdom. Many of these gods that fell to the mortal world were greater divine powers. More than half of them came from Mountain Paradise, and Wildfield. The Elven Lord God was not spared. In the last few batches, the Elven God system should be the most unlucky because the Queen of Spiders had been waiting for them for a long time. On this day, Soren finally embarked on the journey to intervene in the Battle of the Golems. Chapter 711, The Battle of the Golems. This was a legendary event that broke out in the early days of the Avatar crisis. It was caused by an unknown adventurer team that went deep into a certain ruin near the Gobi. There were a large number of ancient ruins in the material plane. Originally, there was no problem in exploring the ruins, but for some reason, this ruin was preserved quite well. After this group of adventurers entered, they actually triggered the internal defense mechanism, causing a large number of golems buried in the ground to be activated. For some reason, they attacked any creature nearby. Soren did not have much memory of the Battle of the Golems, because he did not participate in the Battle of the Golems himself. At that time, he could barely fight the gnolls with his professional level. Only the top adventurers could join in, and it was only a relatively peripheral battle. Soren remembered that more than 600 people died at that time. Finally, one of the diamond golems was killed by the adventurers in the early days of the Avatar crisis. The Battle of the Golems broke out in the next area. Soren was not very clear about the specific location, but he knew that it was the periphery of the Arcane Empire. That was to say, this underground ruin was not formed by the fall of the floating city, but an ordinary city that was directly buried because of the disaster. In this battle, a legendary sword saint appeared. Soren vaguely remembered that this legendary sword saint did not seem to be from the south, but a practitioner from the east. There were many similarities between sword saints and monks. There were far fewer spellcasters in the east than on the mainland, but there were many other professions. The number of advanced sword saints, which was relatively rare on the mainland, also increased greatly in the east. Even the sword saints who practiced in the south would choose to travel to the east after reaching a certain level. Greater teleportation. With a flash of magic, Soren's figure appeared in the city called the Pearl of the Desert. The advantage of spellcasters in traveling was still much stronger than other professions. Not to mention now that Soren's spellcasting ability had been greatly improved. The wizard profession level and the arcanist profession level were given a back door by a certain goddess. Although there were no additional abilities like the archmage advancement, he could already calculate spell slots according to the total profession level of 15. To put it simply, now, Soren had an additional level 8 spell slot in his class. However, of course, Soren had more than that. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't strong enough to master legendary level spells, he could have used the legendary level spell slot he had. Goddess of Magic's blessings, innate ability. As a spellcaster, you are one of the luckiest ones. The Goddess of Magic favors you. She opened a door for you within a magic net, allowing you to use the power of the magic net more easily. Your grasp of the weave has already far surpassed that of other spellcasters, and the mysteries of the inner layer of the weave are completely open to you. All spell slots +1, automatically granting magic mastery, spell penetration, and arcane proficiency. Soren had quite a few unique abilities. These included the blessing of the misfortune goddess and the blessing of the ocean goddess. However, these two blessings were only of a very low level. The abilities granted by the Goddess of Magic were far beyond the scope of these two blessings. To some extent, Soren had a part of the abilities of the Chosen One. The +1 to all spell slots was only one of the powerful abilities. The three additional abilities, Magic Mastery, Spell Penetration, and Arcane Proficiency, were the truly powerful ones. This was equivalent to increasing Soren's spellcasting by more than 50%. Magic Mastery could strengthen a spellcaster's ability to control spells. Spell Penetration could increase the lethality and effect of all spells cast by the caster. Arcane Proficiency could directly increase the spellcasting speed, and the ability to control spells would also be improved. Under normal circumstances, Arcane Proficiency was a unique ability that was very difficult to master. Unlike the last time he came here, Soren easily discovered that the city in the desert was now much more dilapidated. The terrible weather changes in the Desert of Death had seriously affected the eastern trade routes. There were basically no caravans coming and going now, so naturally, there were not many floating people. The streets looked a little empty. More than 30% of the shops had been closed. Even the patrolling guards were a little listless. Soren did not stay here. After confirming the direction, he rushed to the place where the Battle of the Golems broke out. How to deal with the Battle of the Golems was a problem. One was to wait until the time was up and see the situation after the Battle of the Golems broke out. The other was to solve the problem before the Battle of the Golems broke out. The difficulty of the latter was that Soren only knew the general direction, but not the specific location. There were many ancient ruins in the desert. The core territory of the Arcane Empire was this barren desert. Although Soren had the map given by the Paladin, he still lacked enough information. Master, is the thing we're looking for here? In the yellow sand, all over the sky, a group of people gradually approached the sand dune in front of them. This was an area bordered by the Gobi Desert. To the west was the territory of the Orcs, and to the south was the junction of the human and elven kingdoms. Due to the influence of energy radiation, this land was not suitable for plant growth for thousands of years. Only some tenacious vegetation could be seen occasionally. It should be around here. The man walking in front of the group stopped. He was dressed with the characteristics of the Eastern Kingdom, but he looked like a northerner. He was tall and burly, with fair skin and large pores. The members of this group seemed to come from all over the world. Although they were dressed like northerners, several of them were northerners, and one or two looked like wanderers from the eastern coast. The one who spoke was an Eastern woman with a veil over her face. She was dressed like a dancer. Although she was wearing a cloak, one could still tell her profession. Beside her was a very tall woman. She had delicate skin, black hair, long legs, and a delicate face. Her body was slender and strong. She wore boxing gloves on her hands, and her hair was tied up with a ribbon. There were some special gadgets on her legs. A warrior monk, or an advanced master of fist techniques. Due to the difference in civilization, it was very rare to see a female warrior monk in the South. It could even be said that there were almost none. However, there were still some in the Eastern Kingdom. The warrior monk's cultivation method was not suitable for women. "It's around here." The leader stopped and said slowly, "The thing that the Eastern Empress wants should be here. If we can find it, maybe there's a way to kill that ancient evil thing." Now that many of the seals have begun to loosen, the monastery can't waste too much energy on that thing. Chapter 712. It should be around here, right? Soren's figure slowly descended from the sky. He looked at the barren Gobi in front of him and murmured, "I remember that the battle of the golems broke out in this area. When those golems went berserk, it began to spread to other places." Huh? Someone left traces? There seems to be a lot of them. It seems to be a team of adventurers. Tracking clergy. As a god who controlled the tracking clergy, Soren found the traces left on the ground at a glance. These traces had been left more than a day ago. The sandstorm had buried most of the things, and even a legendary ranger might not be able to get much information. But all this was not a problem for Soren, who had mastered the tracking clergy. He could even judge the number of the team and the characteristics of some of them based on the traces that were almost buried by the sandstorm. There are a total of 16 people. Looking at the depth of these footprints, the weight is probably more than 500 pounds. Judging from the size of the footprints, the target should be a small or medium-sized creature. If I'm not wrong, it should be a relatively tall human. It's impossible for a human to leave such heavy footprints. If he didn't carry a lot of luggage, he should be a strong, heavy armored warrior. Soren estimated that the person who could carry such a heavy load was at least a high-grade warrior. These traces are so shallow. As the tracking clergy was activated, Soren also saw some smaller traces and murmured, "It doesn't seem to be left by the halflings. Their footsteps can't be so light." It seems to be a monk. It seems to be a team from the Eastern Kingdom. Strong. Many people from the Eastern Kingdom. According to the information left behind by these traces, Soren gradually began to match the things in his memory. He activated the tracking clergy ability and looked for the direction of the team in a way similar to time backtracking. The tracking clergy could go back according to the traces left behind. Even if most of the traces had been buried by the sandstorm, Soren could still easily catch up with their pace. 3 hours later, a dark tunnel appeared in front of Soren. There were obvious signs of excavation, and there were a couple of torches on the wall. Looks like they've already gone in. When Soren thought of this, he didn't stay any longer. His figure instantly disappeared into the shadows, and he continued to go deeper into the tunnel. Broken stone pillars, weathered walls. Even though it had been buried for thousands of years, the buildings from the Arcane Empire were still intact. Soren found traces of a battle, and it seemed that the team had run into some trouble. This is... Soren bent down and picked up a piece of carapace from the ground. There were some severed limbs around the carapace, and they were about the size of an adult's arm. There were strange patterns on the surface of the carapace, which looked like natural magic patterns. It was almost impossible for a normal creature to have a limb like this. In Soren's memory, there were only a few creatures that had something like this. A magical light appeared in his palm, and he muttered to himself, "Could it really be the Nell beetle?" Nell beetle. Challenge rating, 10. Challenge difficulty, S. Underground insectoids. Neutral. Mutated creatures. The number of insectoids in the multiverse was very large. Almost all the planes that could survive could be found with traces of the insectoids. There was even a demon lord of the insectoids in the bottomless abyss. The proliferation of mutated insectoids even caused a lot of trouble during the Arcane Empire and the Thorium era. However, after a few crises, many forces began to wipe out the insectoids. In the deepest part of the bottomless abyss, many demon lords were still guarding against the insectoids' counterattack. The demon hunting spider was a creature created by the demon prince Demogorgon by extracting a part of the insectoid's abilities. The insectoids in the material plane were relatively rare, but they were a relatively common creature in the lower planes. If it's really the Nell beetle, it won't be easy to deal with. The ancient ruins of the Arcane Empire had a lot of energy radiation, so there were a lot of mutated creatures, and some very dangerous creatures were often born. The Nell beetle was one of them. This 10-legged beetle-like creature had a hard, bright red carapace. Its two sinister claws swayed in front of its four black round eyes and jagged jaws. Their huge mouth parts were very dangerous, and they communicated with each other through a kind of vibrato. The Nell beetle was a mutated giant beetle. A long time ago, it was distorted due to excessive exposure to shape-shifting magic and sound wave energy. Since the day they were created, these giant beetles with 12 legs would breed in their underground nest, building a huge and complicated tunnel system, just like an anthill. They were creatures that could easily mutate. In areas with high energy radiation, it was very likely that new mutated creatures would be born. The reason Soren knew more about this was because Nell beetles were not rare in the Underdark. They were mindless hunters. Their only purpose in life was to reproduce and expand their nests. When the beetles in a nest overproduced, the Nell beetles would open up a new nest. It was known that Nell beetles were used as mounts by the races in the Underdark. The Earth Goblins had tamed them in the past, and several Orc tribes had tried to do the same. The knights who rode Nell beetles in the Underdark would sometimes become the elite combat units of the tribes or cities they belonged to. A Nell beetle was usually about 9 feet long and weighed about 1,500 pounds. There are no traces of Earth Goblins. This place is not suitable for Earth Goblins to live. It seems that there is no passage to the Underdark. Soren looked around and confirmed that this was just a wild insect nest. The Nell beetle could be tamed as a mount. Creatures that could tame this kind of insect were not easy to deal with. Some powerful tribes and cities in the Underdark would control them. They were a very difficult native force to deal with. The wild ones are slightly better. Soren continued along the passage, but he was much more careful than before. An adult Nell beetle had 26 points of strength and 22 points of constitution. In terms of strength, it was comparable to a middle-grade demon in the abyss. If there were mutated creatures that were affected by energy radiation, then the danger level was even higher. The Nell beetle was extremely dangerous when used as a cavalry mount. Its collision force was even more terrifying than that of a drake. The drows had also tried to tame them. However, because it was not as easy as the petrifying lizards, they finally chose to give up. Buzz! A strange vibration suddenly came from the deeper part of the passage, followed by a piece of sand falling down crazily. Sound wave attack. The Nell beetle had the ability to attack with sound waves. It was a special attack that could not be defended by conventional means and could only be resisted by constitution. It seemed that those people had encountered a large number of Nell beetles. Otherwise, it would not be possible for even this place to be affected. Haste! Soren's figure instantly turned into a shadow and rushed out. The surrounding scenery was passing by quickly. There were some huge insect corpses in front of him, and 1 or 2 human corpses could be vaguely seen. This adventurer team had already suffered casualties. Phew! 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 In a rapid breathing, Dee retracted her hands. She moved her wrists and gently rubbed her temples. These damn insects! An oriental dancer with a dagger in her hand landed beside her. Her arm was bleeding. She looked a little embarrassed and said, "There are too many of them. We can't kill them all. We have to think of another way." Annoying insects. Not only did they have hard carapaces, but they could also send out strange sound wave attacks. There was no way to defend it all. If it were not for the strength of the adventurers present, they would have been directly cleared out by the sound waves. Dee's current state was not very good. As a pugilist, although she had legendary strength, it was still very difficult to deal with these Nell beetles by physical means. They were too difficult to fight. And although the monks had extremely strong magic resistance, the effect was not good in the face of sound wave attacks. If it were not for the other strong people in the team, they would have died this time. Do you remember the hall we passed before? At this time, a rogue in the team suddenly spoke. While dodging the attack of the Nell beetles, he shouted, "There seem to be a lot of golems there. Maybe they can still be activated. If they can be activated, we may be able to use them to deal with these damn insects." They had gradually approached the core area of the hive. Obviously, some things from the Arcane Empire were still preserved here. The rich energy radiation created such a large hive. They even suspected that what they were looking for was in the deepest part of the hive. Who knows alchemy? At this time, another person in the team spoke and shouted, "Those who know alchemy, go and try. We'll cover you and rush over. These insects can't be killed. If we continue to delay, I'm afraid we will all be killed by them." Buzz. Trembling noises could be heard coming from the tunnel ahead. They had no idea how many Nell beetles there were here. They had already killed 30 to 50 of them, and there seemed to be even more beetles rushing over from the other side of the tunnel. "I'll go." The Oriental dancer at the back of the team suddenly jumped out and shouted to Dee next to her, "Cover me. I still have some understanding of alchemy. Maybe there's a way to activate those golems." There were not many spellcasters in the team. There were not many spellcasters in the entire Eastern Kingdom. The Oriental dancer also had a certain amount of spellcasting ability. Many of them inherited the bloodline of the warlocks. Because she needed to use alchemy potions and study puppetry, the Oriental dancer had good attainments in alchemy. In the Eastern Kingdom, the golems had evolved into another kind of puppetry. Chapter 713. As Soren went deeper and deeper, the underground passage became wider and wider. Some more complete buildings began to appear around him. At the same time, there were more tunnels dug out by Nell beetles. The width of these tunnels was more than 5 meters, and it seemed that this place had been dug into a huge underground network. At an intersection of the tunnels, there were traces of a battle on the ground, and there were 7 or 8 dead Nell beetles. There was a strange, buzzing sound coming from afar. Soren's divine perception network found at least hundreds of beetles' traces. A large door appeared in front of him. This should be the entrance to the underground ruins. It's still well preserved. Soren entered the underground ruins. He reached out his hand and touched the runes left on the wall. He murmured, "It seems that the whole place was enchanted with magic. That's why it hasn't been damaged after thousands of years." Even during the Arcane Empire, not every building was enchanted. This should be a more important place, right? Rumble. There was a sound of something collapsing. Soren couldn't help but quicken his pace. After passing through a narrow tunnel, Soren's vision suddenly widened. He arrived at a very large hall. In front of him were piles of golems that hadn't been activated yet. At the front were a large number of clay golems. They were badly damaged, and many of them were eaten by insects. Less than 1/10 of them were still intact. However, the golems and iron golems at the back were more complete. It was estimated that more than 50% of them were still intact. It was just that he couldn't be sure if the internal parts were damaged or if they could be activated after energy was injected. Soren found a faint light of magic in a corner. After touching it and triggering the magic, a magic scroll left behind by the Arcane Empire appeared in front of him. Insects. There are more and more insects. We have to kill the mother insect to get rid of all of this. The city hall has agreed to our plan. Capital. We're going to build a large golem factory, but it needs a lot of energy. We submitted an application to the Grand Arcanist Council. We asked them to build a large energy supply device for the city, but they refused. There's no other way. Those Grand Arcanists don't care about us at all. Now we have to take the risk. Part of the magic log was damaged, and Soren managed to decipher it with his divine ability, language proficiency. At the same time, he was able to guess what had happened. Although the Arcane Empire was extremely powerful, it still had many enemies. Deities were only one of them. During the time of the Arcane Empire, there was too much magic energy. The The huge amount of energy attracted a large number of creatures who had a strong desire for magic energy. Not only did the magic sunflower that destroyed the age of thorium appear during the time of the Arcane Empire, even some mutated insectoids from other planes were attracted by the huge amount of energy. The large-scale development of the astral plane also attracted a lot of dangerous gazes from the depths of the multiverse. Therefore, during the Arcane Empire, large-scale alchemy research and development was carried out. The mana engine was also developed based on this point. Without the need for war, there would not be such large-scale research. The energy radiation is not low. Soren closed his eyes and sensed the energy radiation that still existed here after thousands of years. This kind of energy radiation was very harmful to ordinary creatures. It was almost the same as being exposed to more intense nuclear radiation. The radiation here had not been eliminated until now, which meant that there was still a relatively serious source of energy radiation left here. This was also the reason why Nell beetles multiplied here on a large scale and turned this place into an insectoid nest. Asterisk clack. Asterisk, there was a noise in front of him. Someone's here. Soren suddenly raised his head and rushed over there. There was a smaller room behind the hall in front of him. At this moment, he saw a familiar figure. Soren was stunned and murmured, "It's her." Die. The Oriental dancer who had been in contact with Soren. At this moment, the Oriental dancer, who looked quite embarrassed and was still injured, was fiddling with a bunch of complicated mechanical devices that were still intact. When she triggered a button, the entire underground ruins suddenly shook. Then he saw that the closed mana transmission devices were lit up and the energy nodes were activated one by one. A huge source of radiation came from the depths of the underground ruins. In an instant, it was connected to the golem puppets in front of him through the energy transmission device. Energy nodes activated. Transmit energy. Golem army activated. Insectoid nest found. Elimination plan activated. Infected found. Ziz. Eliminate the infected. Eliminate the invaders. Ziz. Radiation source found. Activate the final defense plan. Activate the kill order. A series of electric sparks appeared. Soren didn't even have time to stop her. He saw a series of electric sparks burst out of the mechanical devices near her, and then there was a red alarm light. The energy transmission devices around her exploded directly because they were too old. The mechanical sound from one of the devices finally turned into a series of harsh alarms. Damn it! Has the Battle of the Golems started? Soren found that he seemed to be a step late. Although these golem puppets had not left the underground ruins for the time being, with the emergence of light, all the golem puppets in the hall that were relatively intact moved. Eliminate the invaders. Eliminate the infected. Eliminate the mutant insectoids. Eliminate all enemies. Rumble. The stone wall at the back of the hall suddenly began to cave in. Then, in the deep darkness, dense lights appeared. Soren's current location was just one of the places where the golem puppets were stored. There were many golem halls inside the underground ruins. The Arcane Empire was very dependent on the golem puppets. Even the guards inside the floating city were arcane puppets. The golem puppets replaced most of the labor force. In the most glorious period of the Arcane Empire, even most families had relatively cheap clay golems. Eliminate the invaders. A golem that was clearly broken suddenly rushed over. Its arm was completely damaged, but the energy core inside was still running. At this moment, there was a dangerous red light in its eyes, and it directly punched towards Soren. There was a problem with the operation program here. Soren was not sure whether there was a Thowling responsible for operation inside this large golem factory. If there was no Thowling responsible for maintenance, then the order after activation could not be changed at all. How could this be? The Oriental dancer's face was also full of horror at this moment. She had never thought that such a thing would happen after activating the golem puppets. As a special profession in the Eastern Kingdom, the professional characteristics of the Oriental dancer were a bit like that of a bard. It was a special advanced profession that could be used for both close combat and spell casting. Most of them had a trace of warlock's blood and were also proficient in a certain amount of alchemy. This was because many Oriental dancers had mastered a unique puppet technique, which was another way to make golem puppets. Relying on her half-understood ability, although she successfully activated the golem puppets here, it seemed that she did not let them execute the correct command when activating them. It was estimated that entering the correct command might not be useful. This ruin had been buried for too long. Gotcha! Soren frowned and dodged the attack of the golem. Then he punched the golem in the chest. The powerful force shattered its energy core, and the golem in front of him completely collapsed in an instant. A row of data appeared in front of him. Killed the golem. Extracting soul energy. You've gained 2,100 slaughter EXP. In just a short while, the entire hall was in chaos. Passages were opened all around, and then all kinds of golem puppets came out from various storage halls. Clay golem, iron golem, flesh golem, diamond golem. In the deepest part of the hall, Soren even felt a trace of draconic aura. This was an ancient golem device. The manufacturing process was similar to the flesh golem. Its name was Dragon Skeleton Golem. It was a puppet life made from the bones of an adult dragon. Apart from that, the figures of some arcane guardians also appeared in the surroundings. They were the more difficult arcane golems to challenge. Let's go. Soren's figure suddenly appeared beside the Oriental dancer. He grabbed her and rushed to the side passage. The other party was obviously stiff when Soren appeared. When she heard a slightly familiar voice, she relaxed a little. At this time, hundreds of golem puppets had been activated behind them. According to the instructions set when they were made, most of the golems began to enter the passage dug by the Nell beetles. Destroy the Zerg. Found the Zerg nest. Attack. Clear. Found the source of radiation. Found the Zerg nest. Destroy the Zerg queen. Sizzle. The buzzing of the Nell beetles sounded. Some places in the underground ruins had seriously collapsed. In the Zerg passage, the golem puppets had been fighting with them. These dangerous Zerg were still not weak against a large number of golems, but when the diamond golems in the rear began to join the battle, the situation gradually changed. Soren did not know how many golem puppets had been activated. According to such a large golem factory, the configuration of the golem army during the Arcane Empire, and the prevalence of golem puppets during the Arcane Empire, there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 golem puppets that could be active at present. Chapter 714. It's you. The expression of the Oriental dancer seemed to be a little unbelievable, but after remembering the identity of Soren, she bowed slightly and said with a hint of nervousness and excitement, I'm sorry. But why are you here, sir? Oh my God. I saw a true god. Maybe it was because she had been in contact with Soren. Although the Oriental dancer was very excited, she did not lose her composure too much. With Soren's current 150 legendary points, he had almost reached the limit of the material plane. Even legendary events could hardly improve his reputation. He was now known by everyone in the material plane. Whether it was the eastern countries or the outer islands, Soren's reputation had spread to every corner. Otherwise, the island countries in the south would not have been beaten like that and not dare to retaliate. Now, if he wanted to continue to improve his legendary points, he was afraid that he could only involve the struggle of the plane. Compared with other gods who fell to the mortal world, perhaps Soren, who became a god as a mortal, was more memorable. Don't reveal my identity. Soren didn't want others to know his identity as a true god. He just saved her casually. Because he had cooperated with the Oriental dancer once, he had a good impression of the woman in front of him. If it was within his power, he wouldn't mind helping her out a little. When he got the anti-detection cloak that was comparable to a divine artifact, she helped him a lot. Understood. The Oriental dancer nodded quickly. To be honest, after that adventure, she had been paying attention to any news related to Soren, but the information collected was still beyond her expectations. She always thought that the Oriental princess was the most powerful person she had ever seen. She didn't expect Soren to be more powerful than the Oriental princess, a mortal becoming a god. Such a thing was almost unimaginable for her. Time was limited. The golems in the underground ruins had been activated on a large scale. Soren couldn't waste too much time, so he said directly, "Why are you here? What's the purpose of coming here?" A larger battle had broken out. Due to the mutated radiation in the depths of the underground ruins, the scale of the beetle nest was rather large. Densely packed Nell beetles appeared one after another, successfully blocking the attacks of the golem army. It seemed that the intensity of the battle between the golems had been reduced because of the need to eliminate these insects. Otherwise, with so many golems rushing out, it would not be a problem to wipe out a duchy. The alchemy technology of the Arcane Empire was not something that could be compared to now. A small team of iron golems was enough to defeat a regular army. In Gloria's Adept Tower, there were only a dozen or so iron golems as the highest level of guards. There was not even a single diamond golem. The seal of the Wailing Wall Monastery has been broken by some unknown power. The Oriental dancer also knew that time was pressing, so she directly revealed the information that could not be easily told to outsiders. She hurriedly said, "There is a very terrible, ancient, evil thing sealed below. The martial monks of the monastery are asking for help from the Eastern Empress. The Eastern Princess sent Dee and me here to look for an important thing. She hopes to destroy it with the help of something from the Arcane Empire." Ancient evil creature? Eastern Princess? Wailing Wall? Soren quickly guessed something and murmured, "Did those damn things run out?" He had once traveled to the Eastern Kingdom. Basically, the legendary professions had to go to the Eastern Kingdom at that time. Otherwise, they would not be able to brag with others. Moreover, the challenge level of the Eastern Kingdom was obviously higher than here. The Eastern Princess. She was a very mysterious and very powerful woman. In terms of profession characteristics, the Eastern Princess was a bit like the Helpheimer because both of them were a jack of all trades. However, the Eastern Princess was much more powerful than the Helpheimer. She was the top legendary figure in the entire Eastern Kingdom. The profession level of the dancer was definitely above level 30, and she was one of the few existences in the material plane who had the ability to fight with the gods and saints. The Eastern Princess secretly controlled more than 70% of the places for pleasure in the Eastern Kingdom. Whether it was wealth or status, she was comparable to Soren. Her influence in the Eastern Kingdom was almost the same as Soren's influence in the South Coast. The only difference was that the Eastern Princess was not a god. Because of the destruction of the Arcane Empire, the Eastern Kingdom, as a heavily damaged area, did not receive much influence from the gods. The monastery had always been the core power. Die! A weak female voice suddenly sounded not far away. Soren looked up and saw the female fist master that he had briefly fought with. At that time, Soren did not have absolute confidence that he could defeat her, but now the gap between the two was huge. Dee had injuries on her body. Although the riot of the golem puppets suddenly reduced the pressure on them, because they carried out some kind of killing order, they also became the targets of the golem puppets. The situation did not improve much. Under the large-scale attack of the golem puppets, many of the adventurers were scattered. At this moment, they did not know where the others had retreated to. They could only see insects and golems fighting everywhere, and there were still insects crawling out from the depths of the ground. "Come with me." Soren still did not want the golem war to break out. The pressure on the material plane was already very great. If the golem war broke out, the nearby areas would definitely be seriously affected. Besides, Soren still had some ideas about these golems. He wanted to try to see if he could cut off their operation core. These golems were inputted with special instructions when they were made, but the instructions were not completely unchangeable. If they could be stopped, Soren would find a way to transport them back to Mordor City, and Gloria could disassemble them one by one. At that time, the instructions could be reset. There was a very strong energy reaction in the deepest part of the underground passage. Soren wondered if there was something similar to a power station below. If the energy core of the floating city was compared to a nuclear power plant, then the energy supply used by ordinary cities during the Arcane Empire should be a large power station. The gap between the Arcane Empire and the Interstellar Era was not as big as imagined. The differences in civilization may cause some differences, but because of the foundation of energy supply, there were still things like electric lights. In other words, the crystal lamps in the ruins should be called magic lamps. These things were completely damaged, but Soren could see the remaining crystal lines. Before the city was buried, these lines must be connected to a stable energy supply source. This way, there were many lavender crystal pipes in the underground ruins. They were connected to each other like cables. The golem factory in the war chest plain also had the same thing. Gloria had broken them up to complete the magic circuit in the laboratory today. This was a special kind of synthetic crystal, a bit similar to artificial crystal. It could withstand a good amount of magic transmission and was used to make simple magic circuits. In the larger buildings in the ruins, there would also be a large diamond-shaped lavender crystal. This thing was like a transformer or something else. These crystals had been seriously damaged, and there were tiny runes left inside by extremely high alchemy craftsmanship. The Arcane Empire once explored the astral plane on a large scale. They brought back many strange substances from the multiverse and combined many things that did not exist in the material plane. The resources of the material plane alone could not support such a glorious civilization. Stone to mud. The passage ahead was blocked, and the underground ruins collapsed because of the battle, but this was nothing for a spellcaster. The melee professions might need to dig through, but Soren's spellcasting ability had skyrocketed. A stone to mud directly melted the wall in front of him. According to the experience of exploring underground ruins in the past, Soren remembered a total of 3 stone to mud spells. At the same time, he also prepared a stone to mud and a mud to stone spell scroll. ZZZ. Some larger Nell beetles appeared in the passage ahead. Their twisted and mutated bodies had more sharp barbs, and the lines on the surface of the carapace were more dense. It seemed that they had been severely affected by radiation all year round. Ignore them. Soren looked at the Oriental dancer and the pugilist who were ready for battle and tore a spell scroll. Mud to stone. A solid stone wall appeared in front of them, directly blocking the passage of the Nell beetles. There was a violent impact on the wall, but even with their strength, they could not break it in a short time. These 2 non-damaging spells had great effect in the underground ruins. Go straight down from here. The battle had become more and more intense. Thousands of zergs and golems were fighting together, and there were sharp alarms everywhere. Soren stomped to test the thickness of the ground, and then said to the 2 beside him, "Be careful. We'll go straight down." Stone to mud. Stone to mud. The light of 2 spells appeared, and Soren directly turned the more than 10 meters thick rock layer under his feet into soft mud. Then with a stomp, their figures fell out of thin air, and there was a sound of collapse below. Boom! A barrier opened and bounced the falling rocks and mud away. When the Oriental dancer looked up and saw the surroundings, they had fallen deeper into the Zerg's nest. At this time, there were not many Nell beetles. Many Nell beetles had been attracted by the battle above, and there were no insects in the passage below. This way. Soren frowned and quickened his pace. The passage dug by the Zergs in front was getting bigger and bigger. When the disgusting mucus began to appear in sight, dense beetles appeared in a hall in front of them. They were close to the position of the Zerg Queen. Hundreds of Nell beetles in front of them were guarding a passage behind them, which should be directly below the center of the underground ruins. When they found their traces, in a sharp trembling sound, these huge insects rushed over quickly. Too many. The Oriental dancer's voice was a little trembling, and Dee looked very nervous. Although they were not weak, the challenge level of Nell beetles was not low either. The number of hundreds was enough to easily drown them. Now, they could only put all their hopes on Soren. Soren also had a headache, because the number of insects was too much, and there were more insects rushing over to protect the Zerg Queen. It was true that he was a god, but the god in the form of a saint was weakened too much. Otherwise, there would not be so many gods that were killed by the human wave tactic. These Nell beetles' vitality was as high as 200 points. Coupled with their hard shells and tenacious vitality, Soren needed 2 slashes to kill each of them. If they rushed over, Soren's life might not be in danger, but the 2 women behind him might die. There was no other way. In this case, he could only use his ultimate skill. Soren still had a lot of ultimate skills, and there were also powerful group attack spells. However, it was impossible to kill so many mutated Zergs in front of him in one shot. Their vitality was too tenacious. If he used his divine power points, 2 divine power shockwaves would be enough. But the divine power points were too precious, and it was not worth wasting them here. Therefore, Soren chose the most efficient and most economical ultimate skill. Let the flames purify everything. Chapter 7:15. Summon Demon. Protection from evil. Because there were other people around, Soren could not completely expose his trump card. So when the insect attacked, he also instantly cast 2 spells as a cover. With the spread of a huge energy, a huge magic circle appeared in front of the 3 people. The reason why it was huge was that the demon summoned by Soren was also a little big. Before it completely appeared in front of everyone, the temperature in the entire hive began to rise sharply, and even the sand and stones showed signs of gradually melting. This could be a Baylor. As the most famous high-grade demon in the Abyss, the Baylor had always appeared frequently in folklore. In many non-mythical stories, the final enemy faced by the legendary protagonist was always this terrible existence. Over the long years, the Baylor had always been one of the popular big bosses in the legendary stories. So when the scorching breath appeared, the 2 women behind Soren guessed what was summoned. The Baylor was not among the demons that were commonly summoned. Generally speaking, only legendary summoning spells could summon the Baylor, and there was only a certain probability. Most of them summoned low-grade Baylors, soul judgment demons, assassin demons, and so on. Although the Oriental dancer was shocked, there was nothing strange about it. Soren's identity was a god. It was not surprising that a god could summon a Baylor with a summoning spell. Perhaps for her, gods were beyond her own understanding, but in fact, it was not so easy for even an evil god to summon a Baylor. The status of the Baylor in the Abyss was not lower than that of the higher archangels in the upper plane. The average summoning spell was only about a soul judgment demon with legendary strength. Let the flame purify everything. Die. Insect. The raging fire enveloped this space. The moment the demon Sauron was summoned to the material plane, he raised his hand and threw out a fireball the size of a wash basin. His figure was completely shrouded in flames. From the outside, he looked like a burning, human-shaped flame. Although he was still in the form of a Baylor, as a demon lord, after completely integrating with the power of the Abyss in the Galumba arena, his strength was not inferior to the other Baylors. During this period of time, the demon Sauron had been in an incubation period. On one hand, he was recruiting more fighters. On the other hand, he was fusing with the rule power unique to the bottomless abyss. Rumble. A violent explosion sounded in front of them. The fireball spell cast by the Balrog was directly linked to the creature's level. This meant that when casting the fireball spell, Sauron's spellcaster level was above 24, and the damage of the spell would not be lower than a single meteor burst. Sauron could instantly cast fireball 5 times a day. At this moment, he tossed them all out, blasting the sea of beetles into pieces. The huge explosion caused a part of the beetle nest to collapse, burying a portion of the Nell beetles underground. In terms of strength, Soren's body was naturally stronger. However, in terms of AoE attacks, the demon, Sauron's demonic form, had too much of an advantage. After a round of fireball bombardment ended, the demon, Sauron, raised his hand and pulled out the Beheader greatsword. Then, he grabbed the flames with his other hand and formed a flame whip. The raging flames shrouded an area of more than 10 meters. As long as the enemy got close to the flame body, they would be continuously burned. In just a few seconds, dozens of beetles in front of them died. So powerful. The flame bailer is too frightening. The two ladies could not tell the difference between the bailer and the bailer, but it was not important. What was important was that they finally saw the strength of the top demons in the bottomless abyss. It was far more frightening than the stories. Retreat. Leave the rest to him. The demon, Sauron's demon avatar, was killing in front of them. Sauron did not have much intention to participate in the battle at this moment, because when the demon Sauron blasted out the first fireball, a row of data appeared in front of him. Nell Beetle killed. Extracting target's soul energy. You've gained 3,600 slaughter EXP. Nell Beetle killed. Mutant. Extracting target's soul energy. You've gained 4,500 slaughter EXP. Nell Beetle killed. Elite. Extracting target's soul energy. You've gained 5,600 slaughter EXP. A steady stream of slaughter EXP was being absorbed into Sauron's body. Maybe it was because this was not the bottomless abyss, or maybe it was because the distance between the demon Sauron and his avatar was very close. This time, not only did the demon Sauron kill provide the demon Sauron with slaughter EXP, but the ratio was also quite large. According to Sauron's own calculations, it should have reached about 70% of the demon Sauron's kills. The demon Sauron's efficiency of clearing the area was several times higher than Sauron's. The hundreds of Nell beetles did not last long, and more than half of them were killed. However, at this time, because the queen beetle was in danger, some of the beetles that were blocking the golem puppets had already rushed over, and more Nell beetles appear from all directions. What if I clear all of them? I'm afraid I can get about 1 million slaughter EXP. There were not many places in the material plane where slaughter EXP could be gained, and such a large swarm of beetles was even rarer. If they all ran out, it would not be difficult to destroy a city. Sauron now had fewer and fewer ways to gain slaughter EXP, because there was a hierarchy in the group of creatures. It was difficult to gather a large number of high-grade creatures in the material plane, and killing too many could easily destroy the balance and affect one's own faction. Although Sauron was in the evil faction, he could not let himself deviate to the extent of being too evil. For example, when dealing with the indigenous people, Sauron tried to enslave them as much as possible instead of killing them. Otherwise, his image in the eyes of the gods would not be good. Since he planned to clear all of these beetles, Sauron had to do it himself. Greater haste. Sauron still had some spell slots reserved for the following situation, so he directly cast Greater Haste and rushed out. The Oriental Dancer and Dee also acted at the same time and blocked the left side of the passage together. Dee's strength should have entered the legendary realm not long ago, and the hidden power of a pugilist had a great advantage in dealing with these creatures with hard shells. The main force to clear the area was still the demon. Sauron's target was the elite units that had further mutated. Sizzle. A large number of beetles fell, and the slaughter EXP gained by Sauron also increased crazily. In a short time, it reached nearly 500,000 points. When a number of beetles became fewer and fewer, suddenly there was a mental wave from the nest behind, and then all the beetles receded like a tide. The queen beetle is in front. The rest of the beetles retreated to the back of the cave. Sauron looked around vigilantly, and then let the demon, Sauron, take the lead. Chapter 7:16. A gentle night breeze blew against his face. When Sauron opened his eyes, he saw everything that was very familiar to him. A simple house, old bedding, and a faint smell of decay in the air. The room was very small. There was almost no furniture. A simple stove was in the corner, and the rice jar was empty. There were only a few pieces of hard black bread on the cupboard. Sauron slowly sat up. His expression was a little strange. After looking around carefully, he pushed open the half-closed door. The sunlight suddenly stung his eyes, and there was a clamor of people outside. Amber City, the slums. Everything was just like what he remembered. The low houses were connected together, and there were people walking outside from time to time. He could even hear the sound of laborers moving goods from afar. "Big brother?" A clear child's voice rang in his ears. Soren turned around and saw little Vivian. Vivian was even younger than what he remembered. She was only 4 or 5 years old. She was wearing old clothes that were adapted from adult clothes. Her delicate little face was stained with dust. Behind her was a strong hound, and there was a rabbit in the hound's mouth. During those years, Heath was still young. From time to time, he would go out and bring back prey. "Big brother, are you not feeling well? Mom will be back soon. Let's go prepare dinner." Vivian's eyes seemed to be a little timid. She seemed to feel that Soren was a little strange today. She reached out her little hand and grabbed Soren's palm. She seemed to be worried. "What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well?" Soren was silent. Then he reached out and hugged the little girl in front of him, gently stroking her long hair. At this time, there was a commotion outside, followed by a young woman running in with messy footsteps, shouting, "Oh no, not good. Soren, your mother, she..." The woman looked at little Vivian, and she seemed to be unable to speak. Soren looked at her silently, and then slowly said, "Dead? Dead." His tone was very calm. The woman in front of him was stunned by Soren's calmness, as if she didn't know what to say. "Interesting." Soren looked up at the sky, then turned around and walked towards the door. Bottomless abyss, blood pool. In front of him was a dense swarm of worms. Every day, many souls from the various planes of the multiverse would fall here. Some of them were transported deeper by the Nether River, but many were assimilated by the power of the bottomless abyss, ultimately becoming abyssal worms born in the blood pool. Cruelty was everywhere in this plane. The newborn abyssal worms had to adapt to killing, or they would become food for the growth of other worms. Sauron was the strongest one. He was almost reaching the limit of the abyssal worm. For example, he was only one step away from transforming into a low-level demon. Not far from him was a huge mother worm. It slowly moved around the abyssal blood pool, not caring about the killing of the worms. The newborn abyssal worms didn't have much intelligence. Even though Sauron was already the most powerful one, there were still some ignorant guys who came to provoke him. There was no doubt that they were all easily crushed by Sauron. Interesting. Sauron's eyes became cold as he slowly moved toward a place. Dreams. For most intelligent creatures, dreams were a normal part of their lives. Basically, all intelligent creatures would dream. Even the undead were the same. Dreams were a very wonderful world because most creatures didn't know they were dreaming when they were dreaming. In this case, when the dream went deep to a certain extent, or when they were about to wake up due to external interference, they would suddenly realize that they were dreaming. Soren was also dreaming. This was simply inconceivable, because as a god, it was almost impossible to drag him into a dream, and it was even more difficult to make him not know that he was dreaming when he was dreaming. If the demon incarnation didn't appear, perhaps Soren would have fallen here. But because the demon incarnation also fell into the dream, the situation became very interesting. Soren was now having 2 dreams at the same time. One was Soren's dream. The time was many years ago. The location was Amber City, the slums. His mother had just died, and he had no one to rely on with Vivian. The second dream was Sauron's. The time was half a year ago, when Sauron was just born. He was just an abyssal worm, and also when the demon incarnation was at its weakest. It was a very interesting point. Both dreams were when Soren was at his weakest. At that time, he was just a low-level thief in Amber City. He was young and had a sister, and he had no one to rely on. Sauron was just a strong abyssal worm, and any demon in the abyss could crush him. The dream was man-made. There is no doubt that the other party used some kind of power to awaken Soren's memory, and then made him enter the dream when he was at his weakest. As far as Soren knew, there were very few creatures in the entire multiverse that could do this. He seemed to have come across something interesting. The dream was changing. There was an invisible, murderous intent hidden in it. Soren didn't know when, but he noticed that the guards were looking at him with malicious eyes, and the people around him seemed to be full of hostility. There was a commotion among the worms near the abyssal blood pool. They seemed to have sensed the danger of Sauron, and they stopped fighting and started to swarm toward him. The wandering mother worm stopped its huge body and faintly began to look at the tiny newborn. Murderous intent emerged. At this moment, Sauron suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Break for me! Slaughter domain! Evil domain! Shadow domain!" A series of domain powers were activated, and in an instant, everything in front of him was fragmented. Looking at the entire multiverse, there was only one ability that could drag the gods into the dream. Dream domain. Everything had completely disappeared. When Sauron opened his eyes again, he saw a huge worm, the kind of twisted, mutated worm that looked like a pupa. Beside him were the Oriental dancer, Butterfly, and the pugilist, D. But at this moment, both of them were in the dream, and their faces were still full of nightmarish expressions. The offspring of the dream chrysalis? I didn't expect the Zerg to even integrate the ability of the abomination. Sauron, who woke up from the dream, felt a strong spiritual power in the residual dream domain. Such a domain was rare in the multiverse, but there was a kind of abomination that had this ability. Even deities would find it difficult to resist their power. Chapter 717. There were many creatures that could drag a person into a dream. For example, the incubus and the old hag. However, the dream abilities of these creatures were only effective against mortals. For a god like Sauron, it was almost impossible to drag him into a dream. In the entire multiverse, there were very few creatures that could drag Sauron into a dream, and there was only one that was most likely to happen. Dream chrysalis, abomination. No one knew how the dream chrysalis was born. Legend had it that they were the illegitimate children of the god of fantasy, desire, and dreams. This god had long disappeared in the long river of history. At least Sauron had never heard of this god. However, the dream chrysalis were still left behind. They were more dangerous than the gods, because they were abominations. The dream chrysalis did not have a specific shape. They could even change their shape like in a dream. For abominations, it was not difficult to master the ability of form change. In the long years, the dream chrysalis were sealed in the deepest part of the multiverse. The gods did not dare to take any abominations lightly, because some abominations were even born with more power than the gods. The dream chrysalis could kill people just by looking at them, but that did not include those with powerful willpower. There are traces of them in the bottomless abyss, but it seemed that they were later destroyed by some demon lords. Because even the demon lords were deeply afraid of the incubus, they did not want to have such dangerous creatures around them. The dream chrysalis could firmly control the enemy and transport their bodies into a temporary special nightmare that had been prepared by the Lord. This was an ability that was close to a real dream. If one died in it, it would directly trigger a test of death. If one could not pass the test of willpower, they would die with the dream. They had special domain power. This power could even switch reality and dream, and even turn reality into a nightmare when necessary. The creature in front of him was not a dream chrysalis. The real dream chrysalis was level 31, and the challenge difficulty was A, which meant that a team of super adventurers with a profession level of level 31 and above was needed to completely defeat this abomination. This challenge difficulty was far higher than that of the ancient dragon, and even higher than that of many gods. If Sauron was facing a dream chrysalis, then he could only defeat it in the form of a god. In front of him was a descendant of the dream chrysalis. In other words, it was the insectoid queen that possessed a part of the divine abomination's bloodline. Sauron could even sense a hint of demonic aura from the bottomless abyss. There were several insectoid overlords in the bottomless abyss. Long before the rise of the Orbis demons, there were traces of Zerg activity in the bottomless abyss. Many demons borrowed the Zerg's genes to transform their forms, and as time passed, many Zerg overlords became demon overlords. Pupa. This word represented a very dangerous demon lord in the abyss. Soren could sense that the insectoid queen in front of him was his descendant, or rather, the descendant of the insectoid queen and the dream chrysalis bloodline. It was an evil creature that had inherited the power of the abomination. Wake up! Soren opened the divine force field and directly released his spiritual power in the posture of a god. In an instant, his spiritual power rushed into the hearts of the Oriental dancer, Butterfly, and the Fist Master, D like a torrent, and then turned into rolling thunder and woke them up from their dreams. No, no. The Oriental dancer let out a shrill scream, and then suddenly opened her eyes. Her expression was blank for a moment, and then she realized that everything just now was just a dream. Dee's state was better. As a Fist Master, she was very calm and reacted very quickly that everything was a dream. Where's this? Dee was ready for battle in an instant. She stared at the huge and ferocious worm in front of her and said slowly, "Do we just get hit by its spell?" Soren looked back at her and said lightly, "It's not a spell, it's a territory. The insectoid queen's nest." The space inside the nest was not very large, only about 50 meters in diameter. In contrast, the body of the insectoid queen, which was more than 10 meters long, had already occupied a large area. There were many strange lavender crystals nearby, which looked similar to those in the ancient ruins, but at the moment, they were all emitting a faint light and connected together in some way. Directly above should be an important place in the ancient ruins because there was very rich radiation energy here. Even a data prompt appeared in front of Soren's eyes, affected by high concentration of radiation. Test of self-immunity triggered. Physique immunity passed. You are immune to the physical damage of the radiation. Soren's physique was naturally fine, but after a while, the Oriental dancer, Butterfly's face was a little pale, and she seemed to be uncomfortable. As a Fist Master, Dee's resistance was very high, so she was not affected at all. At the moment, she was looking at the inside of the nest. When her eyes fell on a pale golden stone, she couldn't help but be excited and said, "Alchemy stone. Butterfly, the thing your excellency wants is really here." In the center of the nest, there were strange crystals from the arcane empire scattered around, and the most eye-catching one was a pale golden stone the size of a fist. Alchemy stone, or it could also be called sorcerer's stone. It was a high-level alchemy substance developed during the Arcane Empire. It had very powerful energy and could be used to extend one's life in a way that did not require the transformation of a lich. It could extend one's life to a quite amazing extent. There were many ways for wizards to extend their lives. Integrating the blood of other races, transforming one's own body, transforming into an alchemy life, or becoming a lich, and so on. These methods more or less had some disadvantages. Some of them could no longer be considered human after completion. In order to pursue a more effective way to change one's life, the study of alchemy stone had begun since the Silver Age. The Arcanists pursued a near-perfect way to extend one's life in a human form. Because of this, the ancient Normans were born with a lifespan of more than 300 years, Silver Age. This kind of alchemy had been passed down for a long time. The desire for life made a lot of research during the Arcane Empire. Alchemy stone was one of the most effective results. Alchemy stone, isn't this thing used to extend one's life? Although it has the effect of storing mana, it doesn't seem to have much effect on sealing evil things, right? Is the Oriental princess about to die? No. There are many longevity abilities in the Eastern Kingdom. The Oriental princess's life can't be so short. Or does someone need to use it to extend their life? Or to make up for lost life because of some reason? This thing shouldn't be used directly to seal ancient evil things, right? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Soren's mind. The alchemy stone had a wide range of uses. Even the Northern Witch Council had the corresponding research, because witch divination was very easy to reduce one's lifespan. The Eye of the North had an alchemy stone in her hands. Is someone planning to use their life to seal ancient evil things? This kind of thing seemed to have happened in history. There was a very famous ascetic monk in the Eastern Kingdom who used his entire life to seal one of the ancient evil things. This ascetic monk, whose profession level was as high as 31, directly passed away after sealing the ancient evil thing. The Eastern Kingdom had many special and mysterious powers, and the civilization they inherited had a lot of profound background. Be careful. Perhaps because the alchemy stone was too important to them, Dee directly launched an attack after discovering it. She intended to attract the attention of the queen insect from the side and then take the alchemy stone in front. Plop! The queen insect's body was extremely bloated and did not move at all. Its long life had made its body too fat, and its physical functions had been reduced to the point where it could barely survive. What replaced it was another kind of power that was crazily increasing. Psionic power. Basically, all abilities could be classified as psionic power. The name was just a code name, just like the creatures in the astral world like to call psionic power as psionic power. Dee hit an invisible energy barrier, and then her whole body was bounced back. Fortunately, her skills were extraordinary. Her toes touched the wall, and she turned to avoid the next attack. A half-meter deep dent appeared behind her out of thin air. The powerful psionic power instantly shattered the matter, causing half of the wall to collapse. "You go out first." Soren glanced at the Oriental dancer behind him and said slowly, "This is a legendary creature, and it's the bloodline of the abomination. You can't help if you stay here. Hey, that fist master, you don't have to be impulsive. This insect is definitely more difficult to deal with than you think. Let's deal with it first, and then think about other things." Two mortals. With their ability, they could not see the bloodline of the abomination and the queen insect, so Soren had to remind them. The Oriental dancer's expression was a little conflicted. She was not reconciled with her inability to participate in the next battle. But at this time, Dee turned to look at her and whispered, "Die. You go out first. This thing is very dangerous." This was a battle of the legendary level. Any creature below the legendary level would die. If it weren't for the fear of Soren's divine aura, they would have paid most of their attention to Soren. Otherwise, the two women would have died long ago. It would be easier for the golem to kill this thing, right? The challenge level of the queen insect in front of him was probably above 22. With such a strong psionic energy, it would not be much easier to fight it than to fight a Baylor. Because of its special dream ability, the danger was probably higher. However, the golem was very good at restraining this creature, because even the dream chrysalis could hardly affect the golem puppet without intelligence. However, Soren could not let the golems deal with it, because the brood mother had the power of divinity, an enemy with divine power. This was of great value to Soren. Chapter 718. Shadow Realm. The best way to deal with the realm ability was to open another realm and let the power of the two realms collide and distort, which would eventually interfere with each other's realms. As Soren opened the Shadow Realm, the surrounding reflections suddenly overlapped and the light gradually dimmed. Everything within the range of Soren's realm seemed to be stained with a touch of gray color. It was as if the scene had suddenly shifted from a material plane to the Shadow Realm. Bzzz. A sharp tearing sound came, and the queen finally couldn't stand the pressure brought by Soren and attacked first. The target was Soren. Compared to the others, Sauron was the biggest threat to it. Sound wave attack. It was the most difficult attack to defend against. Soren didn't have any spells to defend against sound attacks, so he could only rely on his own physique and tenacity to resist. He was a little better, but a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Dee's mouth because of the impact. Entangle. The first to attack was the demon incarnation. As one of the high-grade demons, the Balrog was more reliable than many legendary meat shields. Sauron raised his hand and raised the flame whip, and then instantly entangled the enemy in front of him. Then, the demon wings flapped and swooped close to the queen. He swung the huge beheading sword and slashed down. Clang! The flaming sword stopped about 30 centimeters away from the broodmother, and a solid psionic force field blocked the attack of the demon incarnation. The queen's body had declined to the point where it was difficult to even move. Instead, it was replaced by a more powerful mental ability. The strength of the psionic shield was a bit high, and it didn't show any signs of loosening after taking the full blow of the demon incarnation. However, under the burning of the flame body, the psionic shield was constantly being weakened. This kind of shield could protect most of the damage. But because of this, the range of effect of the flame body was stronger than the frontal attack when it weakened the psionic shield. The range of the flame body was very large, and when it was close to the queen, the burning range was also very large. The queen's psionic shield suffered several times the damage. Greater haste, bull strength, cat's grace, greater dispel magic. Soren's spellcasting speed was no longer what it used to be. With the blessing of the goddess of magic, arcane mastery, and spellcasting proficiency, he could basically cast all spells below the third circle instantly. The casting time for intermediate spells had also been reduced to around 1 second. First, Soren buffed himself with a set of spells. Then, he tried to use an advanced dispel spell to dispel the other psionic spells on his enemy. However, it seemed like there was still a gap between their levels. Soren's dispel spell failed. The insect queen also had a layer of defensive spells on its body. Intimidating Palm. Compared to the attacks of Soren and his demon incarnation, Master of Fist, Ti's attacks were unintentionally filled with more explosive power. Monks had always possessed techniques that were similar to hitting a bull through a mountain. D's concealing force specialty was definitely at the legendary level. Coupled with her special combat skills, she was able to penetrate the psionic defense force field and take effect on the Zerg Queen. A sharp and painful cry rang out. D's attack was blocked by the psionic shield, but the force penetrated the queen's body, and a series of electric sparks appeared on her palm. Expose weakness. Soren's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared in the huge shadow of the Zerg Queen. With the emergence of a cold light that could not be seen by the naked eye, Soren waved his sword 18 times in an instant, all hitting the same point. Then there was a sound like an eggshell cracking in the air. Soren's curved sword directly hit the Zerg Queen's body, leaving a half-meter-long wound. Its body was very fragile. It could be inferred that the Zerg Queen's lifespan was very long, and her body's functions were very deteriorating. Bang! A strong psychic attack broke out. D jumped up and lashed out with a whip kick, but it hit the invisible air. Soren broke the psionic shield in an instant with the help of exposed weakness, but this did not mean that the psionic shield had disappeared. It repaired itself at an amazing speed. This kind of energy shield was the most annoying. If it cannot be broken, it will be difficult to attack the target. Sun Flame Form, Thunder Fire Palm. As an advanced pugilist in the Eastern Kingdom, D obviously mastered some combat skills that Soren did not know at all. The first move, Sun Flame Form, was very familiar, but the latter move, Thunder Fire Palm, was something he had never seen before. He could only see the crackling lightning suddenly burst out, accompanied by the explosion of flames directly covering a range of more than 10 meters. It seemed to be a combat skill that could only be displayed with the help of equipment. Blasphemy! Blasphemy! Soren and the demon incarnation, one cast blasphemy, and the other cast blasphemy. With the emergence of Evil Aura, the two spells acted on the Zerg Queen's body at the same time. Evil Aura. This was the first time that Soren needed to use his aura ability in this kind of battle. With the spread of an evil and dark force, Dee's expression suddenly became uncomfortable. She could not help but frown and take a few steps back. On the contrary, at this moment, the ability of Soren and the demon incarnation was greatly improved. Relying on the increased immunity, Soren and the demon incarnation surrounded the Zerg Queen and attacked wildly. Although the artifact-level weapons had not been completed, the damage was still not something that ordinary things could resist. Crack! The sound of the crystal breaking came. Just when Soren used the effect of greater haste to break the Zerg Queen's psionic force field with a crazy attack, a piece of the strange lavender crystal broke. It's broken! Soren suddenly realized something at this time and said in a deep voice, "This Zerg Queen can use the power of these crystals. Hurry up and break them all." The crystals should be from the Arcane Empire. It could be arcane crystals or magic crystals. The specific name could not be recorded. After all, so much time had passed. Crystals had always had a good affinity with magic and were widely used in many fields during the Arcane Empire. Similar crystals could be seen at intervals in the ancient ruins. They were important nodes for the transmission of magic energy and were responsible for allocating the energy supply of the entire city. As a high-end magic civilization, the Arcane Empire naturally had a corresponding standard of living, such as constant spells to regulate the temperature, lighting systems throughout the city, and so on. These all required the supply of magic energy. These crystals should be connected to some energy device that was still operating in the ancient ruins. The Zerg Queen could support such a powerful psionic shield with its power. Piercing shock palm. Dee's reaction was also very fast. At the moment when Soren attacked the Zerg Queen, she pushed her palm to the lavender crystal next to her. Crack, crack, crack. As the crystals broke, the Zerg Queen's psionic power immediately began to decline rapidly. At the same time, the amount of radiation in the hive was sharply reduced. At least, it had been reduced to the point where it would not directly cause physical damage. Now go get the alchemy stone. With the psionic shield completely broken, the Zerg Queen was basically no longer a threat. It was a pile of meat that was difficult to even move. As a true god, Sora would be a joke if he couldn't take it down. However, in order to prevent Dee from accidentally stealing the kill, Soren still let her take the alchemy stone first. This thing was not very useful for gods. Extending one's lifespan was very difficult for mortals, but for gods, it was quite simple. Whether it was Gloria or the Fallen Witch, they did not need this kind of thing. It was also good to take this opportunity to make friends with the Eastern Empress. The Eastern Empress influence was all over the Eastern Kingdom, and many monasteries had more or less dealings with her. Hundreds of years of connections were not a joke. Okay, the alchemy stone was obviously very important to Dee. She rushed over in an instant and took the alchemy stone from a hexagonal crystal device on the ground. Something strange happened in an instant. The moment the Fist Master, Dee, took the alchemy stone, the Zerg Queen's body began to rapidly age. The aging speed was beyond imagination, and its skin and flesh were completely withered at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It was like a tree that was rapidly dying. The alchemy stone supported the Zerg Queen's life. It was because of the alchemy stone that it was able to live from the Arcane Empire until now and give birth to so many offspring. The lifespan of the Zerg Queen was not very long, especially when it needed to give birth to a large number of larvae. The Zerg Queen was able to live until now because of the alchemy stone's life energy. It was also because of the alchemy stone that the Zerg Queen's nest remained nearby and did not move. Die! Soren naturally could not let the Zerg Queen die of old age. He rushed back and stabbed the Zerg Queen's head before its life energy was completely depleted. Poochie! A gush of nauseating blood spurted out, and then a divine light that was invisible to the naked eye appeared and began to merge into Soren's body little by little. A row of data appeared in front of him. Killed Zerg Queen, mutant. Extracting target's soul energy. You've received 725,000 slaughter EXP. Target possesses divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 5 divinity points. Target possesses divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 1 divinity point. There's still a divinity point. Soren was a little surprised because he actually extracted 1 divinity point from the Zerg Queen's corpse. Divinity could be inherited. However, it was almost impossible for a Zerg Queen of this level to inherit divinity points. So the only explanation was that the Zerg Queen's divinity points were accumulated bit by bit over a long period of time. The Arcane Empire had existed for thousands of years, and the Zerg Queen had accumulated one divinity point during this long period of time. The origin of these Zergs was probably not simple. Chapter 719. Mordor City, Laboratory. Did it work? Gloria slowly raised her head, and a wonderful light cluster was suspended in her palm. There were countless mysterious lines on it, which eventually formed a special energy core. This was about the core structure of Thaling, which was the part that represented intelligent life. The alchemy level of the Arcane Empire even far exceeded the interstellar era in some aspects. For example, in the research of artificial intelligence, golems could only be fighter armor at best, but Thaling and advanced alchemy life were real living intelligent life that could think. They had their own thoughts, their own rules of conduct, and more advanced Thaling could even be advanced to special professions. They belonged to artificial life, and quite a few advanced alchemy lives had their own souls. Gloria was carrying out a rather complicated research work. At this moment, she was wearing a loose robe and exquisite gold-rimmed glasses. If it weren't for the fact that her clothes were a little out of place, regardless of whether it was her serious expression or her serious attitude, she was no different from the beautiful female scientists of the interstellar era. She was intellectual and beautiful. The whole experiment process was quite complicated, and there was no way to count it in a few words. To put it simply, Gloria was extracting a sample of the advanced magic armor in the alchemy laboratory that Soren had cut off the energy supply. By analyzing its energy core, she was cracking an important alchemy technology during the Arcane Empire. How to give golems the ability to specialize. Yes, the golems during the Arcane Empire were more powerful than the current ones. This was like the difference between artificial intelligence LV1 and artificial intelligence LV5. The golems that were made now were all ordinary standard versions. However, the golems made during the Arcane Empire could be mastered by inputting more data into the core of the golems, so that these golems could master some simple combat abilities. For example, attack while defending. When Gloria was deciphering the trophies collected in the Wizard Tower recently, she found that a large proportion of these golems had one or two additional abilities. Even in one of the clay golems that was not very powerful, Gloria was surprised to find that it had the special ability of preparing magic. It was a clay golem with the ability making magic equipment. It was supposed to be an assistant to the master of the Wizard Tower. This kind of technology was unimaginable in the current era, and Gloria was very likely to figure out how the Arcanists did it. Mother, just as Gloria was looking at the energy core in her palm in a daze, Fallen Witch's figure appeared outside the door. She quickly regained her senses and turned around. How's your research going? This pair of mother and daughter were actually very similar. The only difference was that Gloria was more peaceful, while the Fallen, which was like a mad scientist with a strong obsession. I made a slight breakthrough. Fallen Witch curiously looked at the thing in Gloria's palm, but she didn't ask too much. The direction of their research was different. Gloria was now focusing on the composition of Thaling, while Fallen, which was more concerned about the powerful forces. She came here with a purpose. After a little glance, she whispered, I've made some progress on the composition of that strange metal. I'm going to go to the astral plane in 2 days. I hope you can accompany me. The astral plane. Even for legendary witches, the astral plane was still a dangerous place. So Fallen, which was going to invite her daughter to go with her. If the two legendary witches joined forces, even if they encountered some challenging astral plane creatures, they would be able to escape unscathed. Gloria's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and she said softly, Yes, I can. But at least it will take 3 days. I still have some research to do here. Fallen, which didn't have any objection. After confirming her daughter's agreement, she was ready to leave. However, at this moment, a magic light suddenly appeared, and a teleportation beacon was directly formed in the laboratory, and then Soren appeared in it. Huh, you're here. Now come with me. There's no time to explain. Soren's figure appeared in the laboratory. He glanced at Gloria next to him, and without saying anything, he reached out and grabbed Fallen Witch's waist and said, "The situation is critical. Now, come with me to teleport. That place is about to explode." Light appeared. Soren hugged the Fallen Witch and cast the teleportation spell again, leaving only Gloria, who was a little stunned, in the same place. She rarely saw Soren so nervous. Could it be that something happened over there? Time rewound to an hour ago. After Soren dealt with the queen worm, he began to collect other spoils of war, such as the special crystals in the nest. These things still had a strong residual radiation and magic energy, so it was definitely a good idea to bring them back to Gloria. The place with the strongest radiation was above the queen worm. After Soren made sure there was nothing else, he directly broke through the ground and rushed out. Here was the problem. As soon as Soren rushed out, he found himself in a huge laboratory. Or rather, it could not be called a laboratory, but a very large energy reaction device. There were many special crystal glass covers around it, and there was a huge crystal structure in the center. There were energy transmission pipes all around, and because of the rich energy radiation, he felt that it would not be easy to cast spells in this place. It was a large energy reactor. He could not understand the formula of energy generation, but he could feel that a large amount of magic energy was being transmitted to all parts of the underground ruins. It should have been running for a long time. What Soren needed to do now was to cut off the energy supply and stop all the golems from operating. He could not use violence to destroy it. There might be a big explosion, and Soren did not want to blow himself up. Fortunately, he could see some control devices here. After looking at it for a while, he finally determined that something like a lever seemed to be able to control the energy output here. But something unexpected happened. When Soren just touched the lever, it suddenly broke. What was even more disturbing was that the urgent alarm suddenly sounded, and then the energy reaction here began to change violently. Many crystals began to shatter, and the energy transmission pipes emitted electric sparks. Oh no, I don't understand this thing at all. Soren's knowledge was not enough, and his alchemy skills were not enough. If he had not studied the knowledge of the Arcana Empire in depth, it was impossible to understand the function of these things. He could only rely on his language proficiency to understand that the core device in the center was called Elemental Furnace. There was no other way. At this time, he could only call for help. There was no doubt that Fallen Witch knew far more about the energy of the Arcane Empire than anyone else. So Soren instantly connected to the teleportation beacon of the laboratory in Motor City, and then he hugged the Fallen Witch and teleported. With the emergence of a light screen, the two of them reappeared in the laboratory. Is this the Elemental Furnace? Fallen, which was indeed a Northern, who had done in-depth research. She recognized the huge device in the center at a glance, and she looked a little excited. So big. It's bigger than what the Witch Council provided me. We have to move it back. Move it back. No problem. But now, they should think about how to deal with the rampaging energy first, right? Soren had already felt that a lot of golems were rushing here frantically. It seemed that he had just triggered some defense mechanism. Shut this thing down first. Soren had no time to say anything at this time. He could only say anxiously, "This thing looks like it's going to explode." A huge amount of energy. According to Soren's estimation, the explosion of this thing was similar to a small atomic bomb. It may not endanger his life, but this ancient ruin must be destroyed. He didn't do anything. He just slammed the lever to see if he could close it. He didn't expect it to become like this all of a sudden. Wait. I need to take a look first to determine how to close it. Fallen Witch also quickly calmed down. She glanced around and quickly said, "This device has been running for a long time. Many of the control parts have been damaged. We have to cut off the energy core of the elemental furnace." At this time, there was a siren outside, followed by a huge force hitting the wall. They could vaguely hear the mechanical sound of the golems. Okay, Soren was a little nervous at this moment. He said in a deep voice, You try to shut it down here. I'll deal with those golems. If there's no other way, we'll teleport out of here first. We can always find useful things from other places in the future. At this time, looking at Fallen Witch's serious expression, Soren was really worried that she would be reluctant to leave and would be directly blown up by the explosion. No problem. This elemental furnace is very similar to the one I used before. I can shut it down. Fallen Witch raised her head with a strange look in her eyes and murmured, "You can definitely do it. I knew you could surprise me. Hurry up and stop those golems. The creator of this place must have left a defense order. Don't let them come close, and don't let them destroy the pipes outside. Damn it, why is this thing so unstable?" At this time, Soren had no other choice but to rush out and stop the golems outside. He could only hope that Fallen Witch's knowledge was enough to shut down this damn elemental furnace. Chapter 720. Summon Shadow. A twisted shadow gradually formed beside Soren, and eventually turned into a dark humanoid figure. The creatures in the shadow plane were a bit special. As Soren summons, they would improve with his strength. At present, the summoned shadow had not reached the legendary level, but it was not a problem to interfere with some enemies. The battle in the hive was almost over. The limit on the number of golems and golems had been reduced by quite a bit. The main reason was that the iron golems and golems did not have much of an advantage against the Death Knell beetle, which had a challenge rating of level 7. But the problem was that the low-level golems were eliminated in the battle, and the golems that rushed over were more and more difficult to deal with. If there were not a few iron golems blocking the passage in front, the diamond golems behind would have rushed over. There was not much time left for Soren now, because the diamond golems had begun to smash the wall. They relied on brute force to push down the building in front of them. If the diamond golems also rushed over, Soren would have a hard time keeping them all outside. Now he only hoped that the Fallen Witch could quickly turn off the elemental furnace. Without the energy supply, these golems would stop operating. Sword form, spinning strike. With Soren's current strength, it was easy to deal with some iron golems. However, if possible, Soren really did not want to dismantle all of them, because the iron golems and above were relatively well preserved. If the energy supply could be turned off, they could all be transported back to Mordor. Dang! The diamond golems finally rushed over. But what Soren did not expect was that the diamond golem in front of him, which looked a little different, actually blocked Soren's attack, and it launched a counterattack while defending against Soren's attack. Attack while defending? At this moment, even Soren was very surprised, and he could not help but slightly retract his curved sword. Divine-level weapons were also very destructive to the diamond golems. The diamond golem in front of him was an extremely rare golem puppet with ability. Attack while defending. This was clearly a combat ability that only the higher-level arcane guards and magic-powered armors could master. During the Arcane Empire, in order to strengthen the combat skills of the golems, the Grand Arcanist began to analyze the skills of close combat professions, and then tried to implant these skills into the core of the golems through a method similar to data transmission. This led to the emergence of a batch of golem puppets that could obtain special abilities. There weren't many of them in the Arcane Empire, and Soren had only fought against a few of them. It's best to capture it alive. Golems with special abilities had amazing research value. Soren turned to attack the enemy's weak points instead of directly destroying them. It would be best if the diamond golem lost its ability to move. Sizzle. A series of electric sparks flashed, and a small-scale explosion occurred in the crystal tube outside. The laboratory behind also shook. About a minute later, Fallen Witch's voice was heard. She seemed to be a little excited as she said, "The elemental furnace is closed. However, it will take a while for these golems to stop operating." The energy transmission was cut off. Many of the low-level and mid-level golems on the periphery began to stop moving, and some of the clay golems and stone golems even shattered. Thousands of years of events had caused them to be severely depleted. After the energy of the last activation subsided, Many of the golem puppets showed signs of cracking. However, the iron golems and above were not affected much. Most of the damaged golems were the clay golems and stone golems. The quality of these two golems was not good, and the diamond golems, as the main force, were not affected at all. Sizzle. The lavender crystals in the ancient ruins flickered like light bulbs that were about to go out. As the energy inside them disappeared, the movement of the nearby diamond golems also slowed down, and finally all stopped in place. Did it work? Soren slowly withdrew his curved sword, and then dispersed the summoned shadow. Fallen Witch's figure came out from inside. Her beautiful face was still filled with excitement. Perhaps because of her excitement, her face was slightly red. After coming out, she directly hugged Soren and then said with a little embarrassment, "Great. The elemental furnace is very intact. We just need to go back and repair it. How did you find this place? With the things provided here, maybe I can duplicate an energy supply device of the same size." Soren's expression was also a little embarrassed, but soon returned to normal. It was just a coincidence. He did not intend to explain too much, and immediately said, "Let's transport the things here back first. This ruin is not stable, and there are a lot of insects. It may collapse at any time." After the Battle of the Golems, this ruin had completely collapsed. Although it did not collapse now, Soren did not know what would happen next after the elemental furnace was turned off. Fallen, which also knew the importance of the matter, and immediately said, "I'll go set up the teleportation circle now. Later, let Gloria bring the golems here to transport these things back." There are so many golems here. They seem to be well preserved. Maybe we can bring them back and repair them. There are many golems in front of them. Not counting the damaged golems and the ones in the insect nest, there were dozens of iron golems in front of them, and 3 of them were diamond golems. The golems in the insect nest could not be preserved. Once they stopped operating, the insects would not let them go so easily. Soren was not sure how many of them could be preserved. Time was of the essence. Fallen Witch immediately began to set up the teleportation circle, and Soren began to collect the golems. The elemental furnace was too big, and Gloria and Fallen Witch had to work together to dismantle it and transport it back, and then reassemble it. Half an hour later, Gloria's figure appeared here, and behind her were the golems in charge of transportation. Opening a teleportation circle temporarily was not very tiring, and the resources used were definitely worth it. Gloria's expression was also very surprised, but she quickly got to work in high spirits. The first batch of items to be transported was the light purple crystals, which had a very strange energy storage and transmission effect. Then there were the many parts of the elemental furnace, and everything that could be dismantled and transported back was left behind. In the meantime, the insects attacked them several times, and there were many Nell beetles in the insect nest, but they were quickly dealt with by Soren. Clay golems were eliminated. Stone golems were eliminated. Flesh golems were eliminated. Iron golems were considered. Diamond golems were the highest priority. Soren did not care about the clay golems and stone golems at all, and began to look for traces of the diamond golems in the entire underground ruins, and then find a way to transport these big things to the teleportation circle. All the golems were not as valuable as the diamond golems, so Soren certainly had to choose the most valuable one. It was very unexpected. In a certain location in the insect nest, Soren also found a dragon bone golem, but unfortunately, it had been dismantled by the insects. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The group almost emptied out all the valuable things in the ancient ruins. During this period, they also found the bodies of the companions of the Oriental dancer, Butterfly. These people were not so lucky. Except for a few who managed to escape, the rest died in the nest. The golems did not leave the underground ruins. So according to the historical trend, the sword saint who ended the battle of the golems should not appear nearby, right? I don't know if it's good or bad. The battle of the golems was ended early by Soren, and the direction of this legendary event had begun to deviate. According to the original historical trend, Although the Battle of the Golems caused a lot of losses, it also brought benefits to many forces, such as the Northern Witch Council and the Wizard City Alliance. They extracted a lot of alchemy technology from the golems left over from the Arcane Empire. It should also include things related to the elemental furnace. Because, in the later stage of the Avatar Crisis, the Wizard City opened an energy shield directly covering the entire city. With the current level of alchemy, this was almost impossible. Note, the energy consumption is too great. The alchemy technology here had been monopolized by Soren. He had almost no reason to let the Wizard City study it. Maybe because of Gloria, he would cooperate with the Witch Council, but other forces should have no chance to get a piece of the pie. During this period of time, Gloria and Fallen, which were responsible for unpacking things, and Soren was responsible for moving things back. In the end, the alchemy laboratory in the entire city of Moder could not fit them, and they could only be transported to the Wizard Tower in the Shadow Plane. Soren did not know much about the gains in alchemy. He only knew that the two witches transported a large number of crystals, devices, and lines back, and later spent more than a day drawing drawings of many broken places in the ancient ruins. It was the kind of drawings that looked like spell models with dense spell nodes. Ordinary people would feel dizzy at a glance. They drew hundreds of drawings before they finally came to an end. Soren was responsible for counting the number of golems. After finally sweeping the entire ancient ruins, Soren worked as a coolie and transported back a total of 9 diamond golems, 127 iron golems, 2 15-stone golems, and 72 clay golems. The flesh golems were completely damaged. Other special golems were basically only wreckage. The proportion of the clay golems was too high. Although the number was the largest, there were not many that could be transported back. These golems could not be activated for the time being. Gloria and Fallen, which had to readjust the operation mode set when they were made before they could be activated. In the short term, these golems were just decorations. If the elemental furnace could not be successfully replicated, the city of Moder could not provide the energy to maintain their operation. Even if there was so much energy, only a part of it could be activated. Chapter 721. There were a lot of things that were brought back this time. However, the gold, silver, and jewelry found in the underground ruins were the least eye-catching. Gloria was not even interested in counting them. After the elemental furnace was dismantled and brought back, Gloria and Fallen, which had turned all their energy to the study of the elemental furnace. According to their inference, the elemental furnace could provide the energy to maintain the operation of a city, so it could certainly support the floating energy supply of a wizard tower. Maybe the floating city was still a little out of reach, but the floating tower seemed to be in front of them. The two northern witches who were in a state of research fanaticism were very scary. Even Soren was impatiently driven out by them. In terms of alchemy, Soren still had too many basic skills to make up for, and he could not help much even if he stayed in place. So while there was still some free time, he simply solved one thing that he had always wanted to do in the past. Mordor City. Under the glory of the morning sun, people gradually woke up and began to work. There were sounds of hawkers on the street, and the blacksmith shop in the distance had been ringing nonstop. The streets of Mordor City had already formed a unique pattern. People lived a peaceful life. But today, the streets of Mordor City seemed to be a bit different. Many people couldn't help but gather together, looking inside with curious expressions on their faces. A wizard. Furthermore, she was a beautiful witch. Mordor City naturally had more than a few wizards, but there were only 3 famous ones. One was the mistress of Mordor City, Her Excellency Gloria. The other was the mysterious masked witch, Fallen Witch. And the last one was the plant wizard Saruman, who was known as the Weirdo. In addition to these 3 wizards, there were also some low-level spellcasters in Mordor City. First of all, Saruman's apprentice group. After getting the support of Soren, the number of his apprentice group had been increasing, and now it had reached more than 30 people. Although these apprentices were low-level wizards, for Saruman, they could replace him to complete the fertilizer refining work which saved him a lot of time and allowed him to concentrate on plant research. Then there was the witch group that Gloria recruited from the Northern Witch Council. These witches were more powerful, and most of them were mid-level spellcasters. Because the resources of the Witch Council were limited, they could not get more help from the Council, so they chose to join Gloria's faction. Don't forget one thing. Gloria was not only the mistress of Mordor City, but also an important member of the Witch Council. The Northern Witch Council had its own factions, and Gloria herself was the representative of a faction. After these witches joined her, they naturally received financial and material assistance from Mordor City. Some of them even moved to Mordor City to assist Gloria. It was these witches who maintained the operation of the golem puppets and coordinated the lighthouse and other things in Port Mordor. The last group of wizards came from Sorin's church. The half-elf church also had its own wizard group, but the number was very small, and their strength was also at the mid-level and low level. There were about a dozen of them, which was less than 1/20th of the number of priests, and many of them were part-time priests. As for Fallen Witch, she really had no talent in this area. She was a typical person with high IQ and low EQ. Some of her methods were just an illusion formed by her higher IQ. She had always been alone, and there were no wizards to help her. A witch in the crowd was busy giving instructions to the others. She didn't care about the curious gazes of the people around her. After instructing her subordinates to erect a pillar, she reached out and inspected it. Then, she personally installed a beautiful crystal lamp on top of it. After that, she injected a little magic power to test if there were any problems with the internal runic lines. This is a magic lamp. Naturally, there was also a knowledgeable adventurer next to her. After watching for a while, he said, "Is the city hall going to install a magic lamp in Mordor City?" This was a relatively primitive, but also an era of unprecedented developed civilization. Magic lamps were not very rare, but there were not many places where they could be used. Most of them were in the homes of high nobles and spellcasters. Ordinary civilians were not even willing to use candles. The only place Sorin had seen that was willing to use magic lamps on a large scale was the palace of Arendelle. The ice witches had transformed the entire palace into a luxurious one. Compared to this kingdom that had been operating for thousands of years, some places in Mordor City were really shabby. The witch did not answer his question. To be honest, the northern witches were a little proud. Men who were not equal in strength and status would often think that they were very arrogant, but this was just their habit. From a central square all the way to the city gate. The length was about 1,500 meters. A street lamp was installed every 15 meters on one side of the road. Gloria's witches were responsible for the installation. A group of people worked hard for a whole day to complete it. On the other side of the central square was another team of spellcasters. Their task was more difficult because they needed to install a huge crystal lamp in the central square. No one knew when. A huge diamond-shaped lavender crystal appeared in each of the four sides of the central square. It was surrounded by spellcasters with iron frames. Then there was a lamppost that was bigger than the road every 20 meters. The huge crystal lamp as the core was directly near the fountain in the central square. The light could directly illuminate the most magnificent building in Mordor City, the Great Shrine. A group of witches worked for a long time to complete it. The third pair also came back in the evening. They had remodeled the lighthouse in Port Mordor. Night fell. Many people gathered curiously. There was no curfew in the city of Mordor during this time. Compared with Port Mordor, the interior of the city was still very stable. It was completely in the hands of Sorin. Let's start. Sorin glanced at the light on the central square and nodded slightly. Connect the magic energy pipeline. Next to him was a young witch with a new face. She looked a little excited and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." Gloria's witches were still recruiting. Compared with training a group of witches by themselves, it was faster to poach a little from the Northern Witch Council. Moreover, Gloria was now in the realm of legends. She was also qualified to gather a group of followers and be a mentor to the younger witches. Therefore, The other witches in the Witch Council could not say anything when they blatantly poached a group of younger witches. Wow! With the establishment of the magic energy transmission, the exclamation from the central square could be heard even from a distance. Lights lit up like stars under the quiet night sky, from the city hall to the central square, and then from the central square to the city gate. It took Soren 3 days to finish the arrangement. There were a total of 762 magic lamps. Among them, the largest ones in the central square were directly transformed with crystals, and most of the others were restored from the underground ruins. The circuit map of the entire lighting system in Mordor was drawn by Gloria. In her words, she said, "Don't bother me now, especially such a small thing." When she said this, Gloria's expression was a little contemptuous. Perhaps in her opinion, Soren was actually in the mood to design street lamps, which should be considered as not doing a proper job. Street lighting was not a difficult problem at all. Basically, any wizard organization could do it. The real difficulty was the follow-up energy supply. Without energy supply, the magic lamps could only be made with some extremely expensive and rare materials to ensure that they could last for a long time without charging. Gloria's expression at that time made Soren so angry that he stripped her naked on the spot and then slapped her hard. After that, she naturally became obedient. The efficiency of the research had improved a lot. People gathered curiously near the square. The priest in charge of the temple saw people spontaneously gathering to see the lights and felt that the atmosphere at the scene was very good and could be used, so he simply arranged for people to summon believers and took advantage of this opportunity to hold a large prayer ceremony. I didn't expect that I would miss the street lamps. Soren stood under the night sky and looked down at the entire city of Mordor. To be honest, in this barren era where there were no lights, he sometimes felt a little uncomfortable. What he did today was just what he wanted to do personally for a long time. Looking at the city lit up under his feet, he really felt that Mordor was different this time. It would become a place that surpassed any city in this era. The lighting system was just part of the future plan of Mordor. Although people were very curious at first, this curiosity soon subsided. The street lamps would light up at about 6 o'clock every day, and then until about 8 o'clock in the evening. During this time, the citizens of Mordor would gather in the central square, and many believers would pray in front of the temple at night. Children would play next to the fountain, and then they would be very curious to touch the largest crystal lamp in the center, but they were soon stopped by their parents. Although there was no explicit rule in Mordor that people could not touch the crystal lamp, people were still afraid of accidentally breaking this seemingly precious thing. This was a rare thing in Mordor. Maybe it would be the symbol of Mordor. People who had formed a sense of identity and belonging to this city began to protect the interests of this city in their own way. Everything returned to normal again. Mordor had recently started to plant trees and flowers, and a little space reserved in the city finally came in handy. Although the city hall did not know why Sir Soren was suddenly in the mood to do greenery, they still strictly carried out the order. A few days later, a row of street lamps began to be installed in the port of Mordor. Now, the guards in charge of patrolling at night no longer had to hold torches and lanterns. Maybe it was because of the light at night, the taverns opened even later. In this way, people quickly accepted the street lamps and got used to it. Chapter 722. The city of Mordor was busy. Although the Avatar crisis had begun, the traces of demons frequently appeared all over the material plane to attack other races. But the city of Mordor did not stop its pace of expansion at all. Before a large-scale war broke out, Soren seized the time to launch the third large-scale expansion plan of the city of Mordor. This time, the expansion plan covered the entire island. Originally, according to Soren's estimation, it would take half a year before it could be carried out, but because of the harvest of a batch of golems to strengthen the labor force, he simply started the expansion plan in advance. 1, 2, 3, pull hard. 1, 2, 3, pull hard. All of you, use more strength. After finishing the work here, I'll treat you to a good drink." Old Jack walked back and forth shouting slogans. Beside him were shirtless men. These were all his sailors because the expansion plan of the city of Mordor this time was huge. Because the original labor force needed to prepare for spring plowing, sowing, and town development at the same time, there was a slight shortage of manpower at the moment. Therefore, the city hall adopted the method of outsourcing labor to the subordinates, delegating tasks to the subordinates according to a specific remuneration. This year's shipping was not very good. The traces of sea monsters' activities were getting more and more obvious, and the wars in various places affected prices and normal transactions. At the beginning of the year, a caravan was attacked. So many people were hesitating whether to wait until the situation stabilized before making a move. In this way, the city of Mordor had a lot of idle labor force. These people were led by the leaders or captains of the caravan to take on the tasks of the city hall. Anyway, they had nothing to do, so it was not bad to do some work to earn some pocket money. It was not easy to earn a living with their hands in this kind of war, and they could also make their presence known to the higher-ups of the city of Mordor. The first phase of the project was roads. If you want to be rich, you have to build roads first. This was absolutely true. There were now 2 new quarries in the city of Mordor. Most of the indigenous slaves had been transferred to the quarries to work. At present, the farming was handed over to the poor. After all, slaves were slaves. They were definitely not as active in farming as yeomen. They were still more suitable for doing some hard work. Old Jack took over a 500-meter-long road. According to the standards of Mordor City Hall, all roads must be paved with stones. They would not become dusty roads when the weather was dry, and they would not become muddy roads when it was rainy. At least 3 carriages could pass at the same time. The roads connected 12 towns. The path that had been simply paved was rebuilt, and, at the same time, there were also magi to assist in the process. While this place was in full swing, other places were also busy. Rumble. A violent explosion was heard. Old Jack raised his head and saw that everyone else was looking in that direction. He couldn't help but wave his hand and say, "What are you looking at?" There was nothing to see. They're blowing up the mountain. Let's finish this section before it gets dark. We can still drink when we get back. Baldy, I'm talking to you. Don't be lazy. Do you still want your salary? A bald, middle-aged sailor was called out. He scratched his head embarrassedly and quickly lowered his head to work. At the other side, the explosions were still ringing out one after another. The island terrain near Mordor City was not very good. The best location was Mordor City and Port Mordor. Other places needed to be fixed a little. What Soren was doing now was to move the mountains and fill the sea. The part of filling the sea was in the 4th phase of the expansion plan of Mordor City. So what he had to do now was to move the mountains. Soren needed a large piece of flat land. So some of the unsightly hills had to be removed. And by removing these hills, Soren could also replan the farmland near Mordor City, connecting large areas of farmland together to form large-scale farm planting. The second was to facilitate the re-layout of the irrigation system. With the expansion of the farmland area, a second reservoir may need to be built and connected to the next island. Come on, are you ready? If you're ready, start the fire. A big man with a beard was shouting in the dense forest. He had a hideous tattoo on his chest, which represented his past identity, a pirate with a little status. But now, he looked more like a contractor. There were many people near him, and soon there was a fire in the woods in front of him. The valuable wood was almost cut down, and the rest were some low shrubs, weeds, and other plants. It was too troublesome to clean up these things, so they simply burned them all, and then other people would come to reclaim these lands. Most of the human farmland came from this way. It may take a little longer, but since the planting has begun, they should do it more perfectly. A raging fire ignited. A group of people gathered outside to watch the fun. There was an isolation belt nearby to prevent the fire from expanding beyond control. They are destroying nature. Should we stop them? In a farther place, a young half-elf observed here. When he saw the fire spreading and the small animals in the forest fled, his expression was a little angry. He said to an elder next to him, This is too much of a destruction of a natural environment. Should we protest to them? The elder was silent. Drool had his own dogma. He would definitely reject this kind of serious destruction of a natural environment. But it was a little different here, because this was the city of Mordor. The elder thought about it and decided to wait first. It was not their turn to speak in the city of Mordor. At most, they could protest and put forward some opinions, relying on the status of Drool to make the other party a little afraid. The result might be that the city of Mordor didn't care at all. Hey, do you think the people in the city hall have a problem with their brains? On one hand, they want us to set fire to the mountain, and on the other hand, they want us to plant trees again. I really don't understand. Close to the south of Mordor, near the sea, there was a group of people busy working. But their task was a little different, because their task was to plant trees. Anyway, they were all saplings transported from the mysterious plant madman, Saruman, in Mordor. According to the task allocation of the city hall, they needed to plant these plants in specific places according to specific rules. Not only did they need to survive after planting them, but they also needed to have a beautiful landscape. When they thought of this, they couldn't wait to beat up the half-elf official in charge of this area. Wasn't this kind of work difficult for them? There was no other way. The task must be completed, otherwise the city hall would lower their credit rating. Fortunately, there were half-elves from Autumnfall in Mordor. They spent a lot of effort to find a half-elf who was proficient in gardening and let him guide these people on how to plant. This was the limitation of this era. As lower-class civilian workers, they did not understand that Mordor was planting trees while cutting trees. It was not easy to get wood. There were many trees in those forests. The land here could be directly reclaimed as farmland. What was the use of planting these flowers and trees? But no matter what they thought, obeying orders was the rule of Mordor. Rumble. Another series of violent explosions rang out. A beautiful northern, which looked at the front with her head tilted. She seemed to feel that the work in front of her was boring, so she looked disinterested. Go. Move those stones out. Send 3 golems to the reservoir. Half of the stones here have to be transported there. The young witch looked very listless. As a high-ranking spellcaster, she would definitely be a little dissatisfied to waste time here to supervise the progress of the project. If it was the arrangement of the Witch Council, she would probably refuse. But this was Mordor. After coming here, she realized that Mordor was different from the Witch Council. So even if she felt uncomfortable, the young witch still completed the task honestly. It's just a few days anyway. After finishing here, the contribution points are almost enough. The Library of Mordor should be open to me, right? The young witch thought so, and suddenly felt a lot more excited. The so-called Library of Mordor was actually the private collection of Gloria and the Fallen Witch. At present, there were a small number of books from the Arcane Empire in the Wizard Tower. These books were of great value to the lower middle-class witches. It was possible to master new spells from them, or some very special supreme magic skills. Of course, if you wanted to read these books, you had to pay a price. Mordor had long formed a unique contribution point system. Sometimes contribution points were more important than money in Mordor. Get ready to fight. Get ready to fight. Everyone pay attention. These electric eels are dangerous. Don't be careless. Near a clear river, many small warships of the city of Mordor had gathered here. Some people had cast fishing nets in the distance, and this group of people was watching the river nervously. Next to them, there were archers with arrows on their bows. The river near Mordor was dangerous. Not only were there a large number of man-eating tiger fishes, but there were also electric eels that could release dangerous electric currents. In the past, these things were left alone, but now Mordor was going to be further expanded, and these dangerous things needed to be cleaned up a little. At least some of the electric eels that could kill people were killed. Sporadic battles were all over the edge of this area. The indigenous people had long been expelled and subdued. These guards were now killing some dangerous creatures, because this place would be included in the activities of ordinary civilians. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.